Chapter 12:12. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's remorseful face and his whispered explanation to Li Jian and the others, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. After these thousands of disciples returned to the Righteous Tao Alliance, they would become the backbone of the Righteous Tao Alliance. If they were to nurture their own team one by one, in a few years, the Righteous Tao Alliance would already belong to Ethereal Sect even without Ethereal Sect attacking. The Dalan Temple and the incense cult seemed to know that the leader of the Alliance of Righteous Sects, Zhang Xiaohu, had something to discuss with the Misty School. Therefore, they lowered their heads and regulated their breathing, ignoring the whispers between Zhang Xiaohu and the elders of the Misty School. Beside the quiet forest, the low, intermittent chirping of insects served as a foil to the mystery of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She extended her divine sense and scanned the area 1,000 feet around the four sects. She seemed to have found something. 1,000 feet away, there was a large area of rocks. There were no trees, and the huge rocks reflected the moonlight slightly. Wherever the cold wind blew, the grass between the rocks swayed. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the area and found that it was normal. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that there was something wrong. Hero Wen cough, Vice Sect Leader Wen, about 1,000 feet north of here, is there a large area of rocks? Zhang Xiaohua asked in a low voice. About that, reporting, Elder, I came here at night from Index Finger Peak. I didn't check the surroundings. When Wen Hai said apologetically, Is there anything strange there? Zhang Xiaohu asked. No. Zhang Xiaohua was about to answer when her expressions suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, I have something to do. I'll come back later. As she said that, she put her hand in Zhang Xiaohu's hand and turned around to cast the flying spell. She left on her own. Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment. Pinching the soft object in his hand, he immediately knew that it was the extremely precious sheepskin scroll. He casually stuffed it into his bosom without a trace. Then, he heard the elder behind him ask in a displeased tone, Sect Leader Zhang, where did fellow Taoist Panin go? Now is the time to cover his tracks. Why did he leave? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He couldn't say that it was midnight and his brother needed to sleep, right? He could only say, I'll let you know, Grandmaster. Taoist priest discovered that something was amiss 1,000 feet away. He personally went to take a look. What? 1,000 zhang away? Master Longevity sucked in a breath of cold air while Nanjing cried out in alarm. What? Am I wrong? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He turned his head and asked Wen Hai, What did you say just now? Sect Leader, Taoist Pan, just asked me if I passed by 1,000 feet away from here. He felt that there was something wrong there. Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing all had ugly expressions. Standing here, one's divine sense could see 1,000 feet away. That was a waste of time. Moreover, he knew the flying spell. This Taoist priest Panin, which generation's senior master was he? Nun Jingyi's face turned green when she thought of 1,000 feet away. She couldn't understand when the Misty School had such a senior who had such a deep relationship with them. Master Longevity looked into the distance at Zhang Xiaohua, who had long disappeared, and said in a low voice, With this senior's help, this trip to the secret plane will be safe. Then, everyone sat down in their respective places. However, after waiting for a long time, the full moon had already set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't returned. Nun Jingyi wanted to get up several times, but when she saw that Master Longevity didn't move, she restrained herself. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. Just as she was about to get up, Master Longevity also stood up. The two of them looked at each other and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. They cupped their hands and said, Sect Leader Zhang, we know that your sect's Taoist priest Panin's cultivation is profound and there won't be any problems with him going to investigate. However, he's been gone for a long time. I'm afraid there might be some mishap. If we go to help, what do you think? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. What could he say? He could only nod and say, I'm also surprised. Did something happen to Taoist priest Pan? It's only 1,000 feet away. If something happened, there would have been a commotion. I don't think it's anything urgent. Maybe Taoist priest Pan saw the beautiful moonlight tonight and hid in a corner to admire it. That's also possible. At this point, he saw the strange expressions on the two's faces and immediately said, although I'm also worried, my cultivation is shallow and I don't dare to go. What if I trouble the elders of the Dalan temple and the incense cult? I'm also worried that something might go wrong. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Master Longevity waved his hand. Great Master Changgung and Master Changxing floated up into the air and went straight to the south, 1,000 feet away. Since the two great masters have gone, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaohu stopped nagging. 1,000 feet away was actually not far. Just as Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and turned to look to the south, everyone frowned slightly. They wanted to know what Taoist priest Pan and had discovered. Suddenly, two extremely bright lights came from 1,000 feet away. Then, there was a faint cry of surprise, followed by a rumbling sound. Hearing this familiar rumbling sound, Master Longevity's expression changed immediately. Shindao sect. That's right, it's between the clouds and the water. Master Jing Yi also gritted her teeth. This Bai Yanqiu is really everywhere. Changgung Changxing. Master Tiangong's expression also changed. Master Yuandao waved his hand and pulled out the demon-subduing pestle from his back. Master Yuanming also threw his hand, and the Mao bead also turned into the size of a plate and flew into the air. However, before the two of them could fly 100 feet away, they heard a voice in the distance. Don't worry, great masters. We'll come. Wasn't that the voice of Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water? The two great masters, Yuandao and Yuanming, paused in the air for a moment before flying back to stand beside Master Tiangang. They didn't put away the demon-subduing pestle in their hands and the Mao bead in the air. Master Longevity and Master Jing Yi looked coldly at Bai Yanqiu, who was flying over from afar, and Changgung and Changxing, who were captured by Hao Feng and Taoist Hao Yu. They didn't say a word. When Bai Yanqiu flew closer, he cupped his hands and smiled. So the incense cult, Dalan Temple, and Misty School, other than my 4 immortal Dao sects, between the clouds and the water are all saber-rising. Why is the Righteous Alliance also here? Today's moonlight is beautiful, but how did this barren mountain attract the most famous 4 immortal Dao sects in Jianghu? Bai Yanqiu, my Dalan Temple's Changgung and Master Changxing. How are they? Master Changxing couldn't help but ask when he saw the two great masters being captured and their divine sense blocked by Hao Yun. It's nothing. They just suffered some minor injuries. Bai Yanqiu chuckled. Our disciples between the clouds and the water were admiring the moon, but these two great masters came to disturb us and disturbed our mood. Taoist Hao Yun just punished them slightly. The mountain river map. Master Jing Yi clenched her teeth. That day on Mount Yao, Bai Zhangmin used the mountain river map to hide the figures of the disciples between the clouds and the water. He wanted to seize the initiative when the immortal mansion of Mount Yao appeared. Who knew that the immortal mansion wasn't on Mount Yao, but in the void above Mount Yao? Bai Zhangmin's mountain river map exposed his whereabouts. Why didn't I think of that? This mountain river map is the best at hiding one's aura. With the surrounding terrain, even the divine sense of the immortal path can't detect it. Master Jing Yi is really brilliant, but I also didn't expect that these two monks would suddenly appear when we were hiding well. Where's Master Panin? Zhang Xiaohu asked in a timely manner. Master Panin? Bai Yanqiu was stunned. He shook his head and said, Master Panin flew away from us? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and turned to look at Master Changxing, expressing his innocence. At this time, Master Changxing didn't want to investigate further. He only sneered and said, Between the clouds and the water captured two great masters of my Dalan Temple. Do you want to declare war on my Dalan Temple? I wouldn't dare. Bai Yanqiu replied with a smile in his eyes. I'm not talented. I know that my words carry little weight, so I have no choice but to ask the two great masters to be my bargaining chip. As long as Master Changxing agrees to my conditions, I'll immediately release the two great masters. Master Chongqing sneered. My Dalan temple can be easily coerced. By Yanqiu, what do you want? Please say it quickly. If it's feasible, we can agree to it. You should leave as soon as you get the benefits. Otherwise, our 4 sects will join forces and destroy your descendants between the clouds and the water. Hee, Abbess Jingyi, why are you so angry? What else could I have come here for? I just want to enter the secret land with you and get some benefits. What secret land? Bai Zhang? What is he talking about? Why can't I understand? Master Jingyi laughed. Is that so? Master Jingyi, you're not being honest. You're bullying my descendants between the clouds and the water. Have they ever been destroyed? Bai Yanqiu laughed and waved his hand. Ping, come here. Ping, Everyone was stunned. From afar, a figure slowly walked over using qinggong. Looking at the figure, his qinggong was very poor. Presumably, his martial arts weren't high either. However, when that person walked into the arena, the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San shouted, Situ Ping? You're actually a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water? Then Misty Schools when One High was also shocked. Leader Situ? Then he shook his head and said, I really didn't expect it. Everyone, who do you think this person is? It's the leader of the evil tiger gang, Situ Ping, who was led by Wan Jianfeng's disciple, Ma Xiangyang, when Wen Hai and Yanming Jushi entered the forest for the first time. You, how could it be you? Siping, you actually dared to deceive this old man? Alliance Master Zhang San repeated this sentence. When he joined forces with the incense cult and the Dalan temple to force O Peng to death, he had already lost sight of Situ Ping. At that time, he had sent many people to look for him, but there was no news. Later, when the Righteous Alliance took over the Misty School, there was no need for Situ Ping to exist anymore. Thus, he threw this person to the back of his mind. What he didn't expect was that Situ Ping would appear when he least expected it. Chapter 12-13. Situ Ping, you're the leader of the evil tiger gang, but you're also a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. You told us about Wan Jianfeng, the sheepskin scroll, and the forest. Was it by Yanqiu's order? When we confronted the Dalan temple and the incense cult, we couldn't find you. Were you taken away by Between the Clouds and the Water? Alliance leader Zhang is indeed a smart person. It's exactly as you said. However, the Evil Tiger Gang and the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa have been used by the Alliance of Righteous Sects for a long time. I miss them very much. I've always wanted to go back and see if they're still the same as before. Bai Zhang, you're too calculative. Alliance leader Zhang San sighed. Alliance leader Zhang San is too kind. Ping only found out about it by chance. That's why he hurriedly reported it to me. If I had known about it earlier, wouldn't have been here. Actually, Bai Zhangmin didn't have to use so many tricks. He could have just destroyed the 4 sects and obtained the 4 sheepskin scrolls. Alliance leader Zhang San said, puzzled. That's what I thought, but Alliance leader O of the Misty School and Yang Ruping are both descendants of the Immortal Path sects. If I acted rashly, Between the Clouds and the Water would have been exposed. If your 3 sects caught wind of this, with the strength of your 3 sects, Between the Clouds and the Water, would I still be safe and sound? She then said hatefully, to be honest, I've also done a lot of tricks in the other 3 sections. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. None of the sheepskin scrolls fell into the hands of Between the Clouds and the Water, so, today I had no choice but to do this. Alliance leader Zhang San gritted his teeth. He had been plotting since he got the information about the sheepskin scrolls from Situ Ping, as well as the secret of the Immortal Path. The destruction of the Misty School was also part of Bai Yanqiu's plan. Now that the incense cult, the Dalan temple, and the Misty School were greatly weakened, the alliance of righteous sects was even more miserable. This was all thanks to Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water. How could he not bear a grudge? Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water was the instigator of the decline of the alliance of righteous sects. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu had been labeled as such by alliance leader Zhang San. Then, alliance leader Zhang San said coldly, "What? Bai Zhangmen, what do you mean? You've been plotting for so long, involving the famous 4 sects in Jianghu, and now you've captured the 2 masters of the Dalan Temple. Are you planning to take the treasure for yourself? Ha, Alliance leader Zhang San, you're exaggerating. How can I, between the clouds and the water, have such a big appetite? Between the clouds and the water is not the Beidou school, and this secret plane is not the Yaoshan Immortal mansion. How can I, the leader of this sect, take all the treasure for myself? Then, Bai Yanqiu looked at Master Changsheng and Nun Jingyi and said with a smile, between the clouds and the water is also a big sect with immortal inheritance, so we're also qualified to enter this secret plane. I don't have many requests, I just want to enter the secret plane with the Alliance of Righteous Sects and the Misty School, and have the same treatment as them. This Nun Jingyi was a little hesitant. She looked at Master Changsheng and said in a low voice, the 2 masters Changgung and Changxing are in the hands of between the clouds and the water. Master, please make the decision on this matter. Master Changsheng pondered for a moment, and told her about the agreement between the sects and said, if between the clouds and the water joins, each sect should get 20%. Master Changsheng, you can't say that. Between the clouds and the water doesn't have a sheepskin scroll, how can she get 20%? I'm afraid 5% is already a lot. Alliance Master Zhang San shouted. 5%? Bai Yanqiu sneered. Alliance Master Zhang San has a good plan. Could it be that you're treating between the clouds and the water like a beggar? Hee, then how many places do you want? Alliance Master Zhang San also sneered. 20%. Bai Yanqiu glanced at Changxing and Changgung and said decisively, between the clouds and the water wanted 20%, so the other 4 sects naturally also wanted 20%. The Alliance of Righteous Sects wanted to give the Misty School 15%, so the Alliance of Righteous Sects only had 5% left. How could Alliance Master Zhang San agree? 20%? Alliance Master Zhang San laughed so hard that his waist almost bent. He pointed at Bai Yanqiu, shook his head, and said, you're really imaginative. Seeing Alliance Master Zhang San laugh, Master Changsheng frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, how about this? My Dalan Temple will give up 5% to make up for your Alliance of Righteous Sects losses. What do you think? So that's how it is. Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned, then nodded slightly, and said with a smile, if Master Zhang San says so, our Alliance of Righteous Sects will naturally agree. Hearing this, Master Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Bai Yanqiu to let them go, he heard Alliance Master Zhang San say, but our Alliance of Righteous Sects fell at the hands of between the clouds and the water. If they get the benefits, how will our Alliance of Righteous Sects have a place to stand in the future? So, please understand Master Changsheng. Today, I can't agree to let between the clouds and the water enter the secret ground. Zhang San, Master Changsheng scolded, don't you dare challenge this old monk's bottom line. Bai Yanqiu was also shocked. He looked at the few martial arts disciples of the Alliance of Righteous Sects with interest, and said slowly, Alliance Master Zhang San, aren't you afraid of being killed by the elders of between the clouds and the water? With just these few martial arts disciples? Of course, between the clouds and the water has the ability to do so. Our Alliance of Righteous Sects also has no power to fight back, but can the Dalan Temple agree? Can the Incense Sect agree? Can the Misty School agree? Then he bowed to Master Changsheng and said, Master, I'm afraid that I've made things difficult for you. However, without my parchment, I'm afraid that this secret ground is just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Then, as if he thought of something, he slapped his forehead and said, oh, look at my memory. Where did I hide the parchment? I really forgot about it. But it's true. Other than myself, no one else knows where it is hidden. If I really forgot this secret ground, I'll never be able to enter it again. Oh, I remember again. Master Changsheng, when we leave the secret ground tomorrow morning, won't the Dalan Temple, the Incense Sect, and the Misty School escort me to a safe place? The elders' faces were ashen, Nun Jingyi was deep in thought, and Zhang Xiaohu looked on coldly. Bai Yanqiu, was in a difficult position. There was only the sound of the wind blowing. The moon was also covered by the thick dark clouds that were blown by the wind, and no light could be seen. The wind gradually became colder. Little by little, the small snowflakes that were like grains of salt slowly fell down. After an unknown period of time, Master Changxing sighed, stepped forward and said, "How about this? By Zhangnan, you also know that without the parchment of the Righteous Alliance, none of us can enter the secret ground. If Alliance Master Changxing doesn't want your sect to enter, can your sect wait outside? My Dalan Temple can give 20% to your sect, leaving only 5%. Bai Yanqiu narrowed her eyes, as if the snowflakes had hit her eyelashes. She thought for a moment, looked up at the sky and said, "This damn weather, why is it suddenly snowing?" Master Changxing didn't answer, but Bai Yanqiu murmured again, "It should be early in the morning now. In another 2 hours, the sky will be bright. If we can't find a place to enter the forest when the sky is bright, I'm afraid that even with the parchment, we won't be able to enter the forest." Master Changxing's face changed again, and he said coldly, "Bai Zhangnan, what do you mean?" Bai Yanqiu stroked her hair and said with a smile, "What can I mean? I'm just reminding Master that tonight is a cloudy day, and there's heavy snow. The sunlight may not appear, and we may not be able to find a place to enter the forest." "Bai Zhangnan, you're mistaken. This is us, the 4 sections. It doesn't include between the clouds and the water." Alliance Master Changxing said fearlessly. "Bai Zhangmen, do you think 20% is too little?" Master Changxing suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's a little too little. We between the clouds and the water are also from a large immortal sect, and we also rushed into the forbidden ground and the formation. Master won't let us enter the secret ground, so what does this so-called 20% mean to us between the clouds and the water?" Bai Yanqiu said frankly. "Bai Zhongnan, please speak frankly." Master Changxing lost his patience. "All right, since Master wants me to speak frankly, then I won't be polite." Bai Yanqiu said as she stretched out her hand and made a 5 sign. 50%? Master Changxing shook his head. The Dalan Temple only has 25%. This 50%? I definitely can't agree. Master, you're mistaken. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile like a flower, the 50% I'm talking about is 50% of all the treasures that the Dalan Temple obtained in the secret ground. Roar, Master Changxing roared like a lion raising its head. Bai Zhong, you've gone too far. A gust of wind blew from Master Changxing, blowing straight toward Bai Yanqiu. The sound also shook Bai Yanqiu's head slightly. Just as Bai Yanqiu moved slightly, Master Changxing moved. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers directly grabbed toward Bai Yanqiu's face. "Be careful, Master," Taoist Hao Feng, who was beside Bai Yanqiu, reminded. As soon as Master Changxing roared, Bai Yanqiu felt that something was wrong. Without waiting for him to open his eyes, his body floated up and flew backward. Seeing this, Master Changxing's body did not change. He urged the vital energy in his meridians and also floated up. Then, a suction force appeared between his 5 fingers out of thin air, covering Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu was even more shocked when he saw this. He blurted out, "Dragon controlling hand? Actually, how could this be an ordinary dragon controlling hand?" When the suction force covered Bai Yanqiu's face, an indescribable throbbing appeared in Bai Yanqiu's heart. It was as if the palm was gradually expanding, so big that it grabbed Bai Yanqiu's entire gaze. This is bad. Seeing Master Changxing use such a method, how could Bai Yanqiu not know how powerful it was? As his body retreated rapidly, he was about to take out a Dharma artifact from his back. However, Master Changxing's palm was right in front of Bai Yanqiu's face. Bai Yanqiu did not even have time to retreat. How could he have the time to take out a Dharma artifact? Chapter 12:14. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked by the sudden change. Before he could see the fight between Master Changxing and Bai Yanqiu clearly, he heard a 7-colored brilliance flash beside Bai Yanqiu, followed by a miserable scream. When Zhang Xiaohu focused his gaze, he saw a 7-colored ring flashing past Master Changxing's chest. It was Master Tiangang's Wheel of Expansion. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming took out their respective magic tools, Master Tiangang also took out his wheel of mortal evolution. However, he hid his traces and stayed close to the ground, so that Master Daoist Haofeng of the Water Cloud sect would not notice him. Now that he saw Master Changsheng take action, how could Master Tiangang not know that this matter could not be settled peacefully? With a hand seal, the mortal wheel flew up. Daoist Haofeng had just warned Bai Yanqiu and did not expect that the mortal wheel would fly into his back from the ground. How powerful was the mortal wheel? As soon as it came into contact with Daoist Haofeng, it immediately drilled into his flesh. Not to mention that Daoist Haofeng did not have a protective light shield. Even if he had one, it would have been damaged if he was caught off guard. As a result, the wheel of mortal expansion spun and flew out from Daoist Haofeng's chest. Daoist Haofeng loosened his grip and Grandmaster Changxing fell to the ground. Grandmaster Yuan Ming pointed his finger and the Maomu Pearl shot towards Daoist Haoyu, who was still holding Grandmaster Changgung. Junior brother, Haoyu was right beside Master Changgung. Seeing that Master Changgung was killed by the Wheel of Expansion before he could save him in time, his eyes were already wide open. He shouted with a ruthless look in his eyes. Seeing the Mao Pearl flying towards him, his hand moved slightly and a defensive jade talisman was shot out. His other hand reached out slightly and grabbed Great Master Changgung's throat. Then he exerted force. Great Master Changgung's head tilted and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was dead. Grandmaster Yuan Ming originally wanted to save Grandmaster Changgung, but he didn't expect Daoist Haoyu to be so ruthless. He didn't care about his own life and wanted to kill Changgung. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and fiercely activated the true qi in his meridians. Grandmaster Yuan Ming's injuries hadn't healed yet, and now that he activated his true qi, his meridians were injured again. The Molu Pearl suddenly expanded, and with a bang sound, it hit Daoist Haoyu's back with extreme speed. Master Haoyu's defensive light barrier had not been completely released. After being hit by the Mao Pearl, it immediately shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Master Haoyu also spat out a large mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, Master Haoyu stubbornly held on. He waved the lightning hammer in his hand and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, flashing towards the Mao Pearl. Just as Master Yuan Ming was about to use the Mao Pearl to save Great Master Changgung, Master Yuan Dao also waved his demon vanquishing pestle and directly flew to Master Changxing's side. At this moment, Nun Shuqing was shocked. She also waved the plain cloud white flag in her hand and countless small white lotuses appeared around Master Changxing, protecting him tightly. Then, when he saw Daoist Bright Moon snapping Daoist Changgung's throat, Daoist Yuan Dao roared, "Go!" The demon fall pestle immediately turned into a stream of light and slammed towards Daoist Bright Moon. "How dare you!" Master Hao Yun shouted from the side. His tone was also filled with grief. He threw a small black shadow in his hand upwards. Dong! A huge tremor came from that black shadow, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Heaven's shaking drum? Seeing this, Master Tiangang laughed instead of getting angry. This heaven-shaking drum has already been damaged. What's there to show off? It's a pity that you don't have the heaven-shaking hammer. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to beat this heaven-shaking drum. We would have to avoid it. Master Tiangang laughed loudly. The mortal wheel whistled as it flew towards Master Hao Yun. Is that so? Master Hao Yun laughed nastily. He reached into his bosom and took out a short object that was only 3 inches long. Heaven-shaking hammer? Master Tiangang was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he had never seen a heaven-shaking hammer before. At this moment, the mortal wheel also approached Master Hao Yun's body. Back to Master Changsheng and Bai Yanqiu. Master Changsheng clawed at Bai Yanqiu's face. A powerful gravitational force was born from Master Changsheng's palm. Bai Yanqiu was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. However, Master Changsheng's levitation technique was only slightly better than Bai Yanqiu's. The 5 fingers were getting closer and closer to Bai Yanqiu's face. When he retreated, Bai Yanqiu's hair that was coiled into a bun on top of his head also scattered. beautiful hair like clouds was originally a kind of beauty. However, at this moment, it became Bai Yanqiu's shortcoming. That strand of black hair fell into Master Changsheng's hand. A ruthless look appeared in Master Changsheng's eyes. He wrapped his fingers around the black hair and gently pulled it back. Ouch! A scream came out of Bai Yanqiu's mouth. However, no matter how painful it was, Bai Yanqiu did not dare to stop. Bai Yanqiu stretched out his left hand and was about to use his true energy to cut off the hair. At this moment, she only felt the strength in Master Changsheng's hands suddenly increase. She did not dare to hesitate anymore and fiercely shook her head. Suddenly, a large strand of hair was pulled out from Bai Yanqiu's scalp by Master Changsheng. With a whoosh, Bai Yanqiu sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, with a bang, Bai Yanqiu felt that he seemed to have bumped into someone from behind. Bai Yanqiu did not think too much and grabbed that person with his backhand. "Lord Sect Leader!" That person exclaimed. It was Sidu Ping, who had hidden here because he saw a conflict. Bai Yanqiu did not care who she was. He used his strength and shook it forward, blocking Sidu Ping's head in front of Master Changsheng's hand. Then, with the force of Sidu Ping's forward push, Bai Yanqiu's figure flipped and floated far away, while Master Changsheng was blocked in front of Sidu Ping. Amitabha! Excellent! Master Changsheng chanted the name of Buddha. He was merciless. Before Sidu Ping could breathe, he pointed his finger. Sidu Ping's head was easily torn apart like a watermelon. Sidu Ping's corpse fell to the ground. Ha! Bai Yanqiu, who had escaped far away, laughed loudly and said, "A monk is merciful. Master Changsheng, you have broken your vow to kill. Subduing demons and eliminating devils is the mercy of Buddha. This old monk has never abstained from killing. Bai Yanqiu, hand over your life." Master Changsheng was really angry. Seeing that Bai Yanqiu was far away, he took off the prayer beads hanging in front of his chest and threw them into the air. The prayer beads also expanded with the wind, covering Bai Yanqiu like a fishing net. Hee, Bai Yanqiu laughed coldly. He took out a bow from somewhere. It was the heaven-shaking bow that she used in the Huayu Palace of the Spreading Incense cult. Seeing Bai Yanqiu draw the bow, he did not knock an arrow. He released his fingers, and with a bang, a ray of red brilliance appeared from the bowstring. It went straight toward Alliance Master Zhang San, who was dumbfounded. Master Changsheng was slightly angry. Just as he was about to use the prayer beads to block Alliance Master Zhang San, he saw a black shadow as fast as lightning flash in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. It hit the red brilliance. With a bang, the brilliance scattered. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a long whip that looked like a python. One end of the long whip was in Abbess Jingyi's hand. "Good, Abbess Jingyi, look after Zhang San." Master Changsheng was overjoyed. He activated his true qi and cast the spell in his hand. The prayer beads whistled and covered Bai Yanqiu's head. After Abbess Jingyi defeated Bai Yanqiu's attack, she stood in front of Alliance Master Zhang San. With a peach blossom whip in her hand, she looked around and shouted, "Junior Sister Xuezhen, bring the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult over and protect the disciples of the Righteous Alliance." Then she shouted to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect Master Zhang San, the situation is critical. I'm sure you can see that Sect Master Zhang San is a person who has stepped into the path of immortality. The people of the Righteous Alliance are protecting Sect Master Zhang San. If anything happens to Sect Master Zhang San, none of us will be able to enter this secret ground." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and then looked at the battle not far away that he could not participate in. He nodded slightly. Thus, the disciples of the Spreading Incense cult quickly walked to the left side of the Righteous Alliance disciples with swords in hand. The people of the Misty School also walked over to the right side of the Righteous Alliance disciples. However, they were still some distance away from the Righteous Alliance disciples. One could see the dissatisfaction in their hearts. 3 Zhang to the left of Master Changsheng, Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle flew towards Taoist Hao Yu. The lightning hammer in Hao Yu's hand had just sent Master Yuanming's Molu pearl flying. It was already too late for him to activate his true qi. He had no choice but to turn around and use the lightning hammer to strike the demon's subduing pestle. A huge force came from the demon-subduing pestle, causing Taoist Hao Yu's arm to go numb and his body to retreat a few steps. Not good. Without waiting for Taoist Hao Yu to stabilize his body, the Molu Pearl in his divine sense came crashing down towards Taoist Hao Yu's head. Taoist Hao Yu did not dare to be negligent. Lowering his hands, his body squatted on the ground and exerting force with both hands, his entire body shot out like an arrow in the dark night, sticking close to the ground and flying towards the right. But at this moment, Taoist Hao Yu's face suddenly changed. He tried his best to stop his body and head towards another direction. But just now, he had used all his strength. How could he move away just because he wanted to? With a pu sound, the demon-subduing pestle transformed into a flying sword and appeared in the darkness. It was the demon-subduing pestle that Taoist Hao Yu had blocked earlier. Master Yuan Dao pointed at it and buried it in the direction where Taoist Hao Yu's body was retreating. Taoist Hao Yu was caught off guard and was struck by the demon-subduing pestle. That demon-subduing pestle had pierced right into Taoist Hao Yu's head, smashing it into pieces. Although Taoist Hao Yu was already dead, his rapidly moving body did not stop. Sticking close to the ground, he slid for a long distance. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The salt-like snowflakes were gradually getting bigger. A thin layer of grayish-white snow covered the ground. Taoist Hao Yu's body cleared away the layer of snow on the ground, revealing the withered grass under the snow. His blood stains had dyed the withered grass red. At this moment, a dong sound of a drum sounded. It was like a shock to everyone's heart, causing everyone's heart to jump for no reason. Chapter 12:15. This. Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming joined hands to kill Taoist Hao Yu and were about to deal with Bai Yanqiu when they heard this drum. They unconsciously looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Another sound followed. Everyone's heart was still beating along with the sound of the drum, and many people's faces were flushed red. Just as the drum sounded, Master Qinggong's mortal will also arrived in front of Taoist Hao Yun. However, the vibration of the drum seemed to have set up a layer of invisible defense around Taoist Hao Yun. When the mortal will came into contact with the invisible restriction, it couldn't fly any further. It tried several times, but it couldn't fly even an inch closer. Thump, 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 thump. One sound, two sounds, one sound after another, the drum beats became more and more concentrated, and the faces of the people present became bright red. First, they started to jump along with the drum beats. It was as if everything in the field was controlled by the drum beats. Quick, break his defense, or else we'll all die from heartbeat. Master Tiangang shouted. Woo woo, two consecutive sounds rang out. The mola bead and the demon-subduing pestle flew over, each striking the restriction formed around Taoist Master Hao Yun. No light could be seen, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through. Pa! With a clear shout, Nun Jingyi's whip flew over again, and lashed around Taoist Hao Yun. Nun Shuqing, who had just rescued Master Chongqing, moved the plain cloud white flag in her hand, and countless small lotus flowers appeared around Taoist Hao Yun. Each flower emitted a bright light and disappeared in a flash. Taoist Hao Yun, who was holding the heaven-shaking drum and heaven-smashing hammer, had a green light flickering on his face. His forehead was already covered in sweat, but when he activated the heaven-shaking drum, he saw the death of his two junior brothers, and his eyes were filled with anger. Now that he saw the various magic tools attacking him, he knew that today would be the end of a life and death struggle. After the green light faded from Taoist Master Hao Yun's face, the beating of the drums became even more intense. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong. Among the people present, those with profound cultivations leapt into the air and clenched their teeth, desperately striking the magic tools in their hands towards Taoist Master Hao Yun. Those with shallow cultivations used their hands to cover their ears and circulated all the power in their bodies to resist the beating of the drums. However, the sound of the heaven-shaking drum did not seem to be heard by the ears, but directly struck their hearts. In the Righteous Alliance, several martial arts experts were lying on the ground, their bodies rolling non-stop. Their hands were covering their ears, and their teeth were grinding. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had gathered on their faces. Their faces were red, as if they were about to bleed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Ah! The Righteous Tao Alliance members could no longer hold on. After this loud sound, blood slowly flowed out from their 7 orifices. The hands that were covering their ears also slowly loosened. Their eyes that were filled with fear opened wide as they stared blankly at the falling snowflakes in the sky. Gradually they lost consciousness. Looking at the Righteous Alliance's Alliance Master Zhang San, he could no longer hold back. When the Righteous Alliance members fell to the ground, he immediately sat down cross-legged and silently circulated his heart technique, circulating the inner strength in his body to resist the beating of the drums. But the heaven-shaking drum was a famous weapon of the immortal path. Even Master Tiangang would be wary of it. How could martial arts' inner strength resist it? Seeing his heartbeat quicken and his face bleeding, Alliance Master Zhang San panicked. He immediately reached into his clothes and took out a scarlet-red triangular flag. The strange red color of the flag was extremely obvious in this snowy night. Holding the flag in his left hand, Alliance Master Zhang San took out a green stone with his right hand. He bit his tongue, and with a piu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the flag. After absorbing the blood, the flag suddenly emitted a blood-red light, following which, a faint red and black smoke was formed. The moment the smoke appeared, Alliance Master Zhang San threw the flag into the air and held the stone in his left hand. His right hand moved slightly and his mouth muttered. The smoke followed Alliance Master Zhang San's fingers and slowly expanded, gradually enveloping Alliance Master Zhang San within it. On the left side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Fragrant Sect, Peacock, Chin Chin, and Yuan, were all red in the face. They gritted their teeth and their bodies trembled slightly. However, they still sat cross-legged. The weak qi in their bodies circulated rapidly, barely resisting the terrifying beating of the drums. Nun Xuezhen, who was sitting next to the 3 of them, was just as relaxed. She was also sitting cross-legged, but she first covered her ears with her hands, and then she took them down again. Just as she was about to adjust her breathing, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her ears again. After a few times, blood gradually seeped out of her mouth and nose. On the right side of the Righteous Alliance, the disciples of the Misty School had already felt that something was wrong when Taoist Master Hao Yun took out the heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-smashing hammer. They immediately sat cross-legged. Zhang Xiaohu sat at the front, circulating the Kun Peng transformation mantra in his meridians. The mantra of the Kun Peng transformation mantra was the most important thing about fighting in the air, flapping one's wings, and trying to compete with the heavens. As for this shocking drum sound, it was like a hurricane in a dark rain. Wave after wave, Zhang Xiaohu still had a sliver of leeway to resist it. As for Li Jian and the others, although their internal energy was high, they were unable to resist the beating of the heaven-shaking drum. After a few beats, they were already bleeding from their ears and noses, rolling on the ground. They were not much stronger than the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. With a loud dong, just as the hearts of the Righteous Alliance disciples were shattered, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, and Lu Yueming's bodies also shook violently. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out from their noses and mouths. Their eyes and ears were also bloodshot. Zhang Xiaohu also jumped along with the beating of the drum. His hands involuntarily went to cover his ears, but just as his hands passed by his chest, he suddenly remembered the rabbit jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had given them at Yao Mountain. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Elderly, quickly, Xiaohua gave me the jade talisman." As he spoke, he took the jade talisman from his chest. Without even looking at it clearly, he immediately exerted force in his hand. With a pa sound, the jade talisman that didn't look like a rabbit was crushed. A faint golden light flashed and a thin layer of light appeared around Zhang Xiaohu. With the formation of the light shield, the deafening beating of the drum gradually decreased. In the end, although the sound of the drum was deafening, it could only be heard in the ears and could no longer directly penetrate into Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief. When he hurriedly looked back, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, Li Jian had already crushed the jade talisman and was in the process of forming a light shield. However, Lu Qingyang and the other two were already vomiting blood. Although they had already taken out the jade talisman, they didn't have the strength to crush it. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly helped them crush the jade talisman one by one. Only when he saw the 3 faint golden light shields rise did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Jian also stood up and hurriedly went over to check the pulse of the 3 people. Only then did he feel relieved. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu and the 3 people lying on the ground, his eyes were full of complex emotions. Dong 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 dong. A series of rapid drumbeats. At this time, in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian, it was no different from the usual drumbeats. On the side of the fragrance cult, Senior Nun Shuizhen screamed and vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Peacock and the other 2 also began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Righteous Tao Alliance. In the red and black mist, Alliance Master Zhang San's face was pale and his facial features were somewhat ferocious. His 7 orifices were also oozing blood. Pu piu piu. 3 inaudible sounds of blood spurting out were already covered by the sound of the heaven-shaking drum. However, the person who spurted out blood was not someone else, but Tao Master Hao Yun, who was beating the heaven-shaking drum. These 3 mouthfuls of blood were spat out on the heaven-shaking drum. The heaven-shaking drum absorbed the 3 mouthfuls of blood essence and its brilliance became even brighter. It slightly expanded by half. As for Tao Master Hao Yun, who spurted out the blood essence, after a flash of green, his face suddenly became pale and he seemed to have become thinner and weaker. Reverse blood corroding essence? Master Tiangang shouted, "Quick, Yuan Dao, use the demon subduing pestle to attack. This brat is already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. We need to hold on for a while longer. Even if we can't kill him, the backlash from the heaven-shaking drum will definitely kill him." Master Tiangang's words were extremely true. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking hammer were ancient divine weapons. They were not something that ordinary Qi practitioners could wield. This was also the reason why Tao Master Hao Yun did not take out the heaven-shaking drum earlier. Just the heaven-shaking drum alone. Tao Master Hao Yun would not be able to recover his Yuan Qi for several months after using it, not to mention the heaven-breaking hammer. Tao Master Hao Yun was also injured. If not for the fact that Tao Master Hao Yu and Tao Master Hao Feng were both killed, he would definitely not have used the heaven-shaking drum at the same time. Seeing that Master Tiangang and the other great enemies were not injured and only a few ordinary disciples of the Righteous Alliance died, Tao Master Hao Yun could not help but feel anxious. He knew that he could not hold on for long. He immediately used a secret art similar to the reverse blood corroding essence, channeling all of his Yuan Qi into the heaven-shaking drum. When Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming heard Master Tiangang's words, they forcefully suppressed the blood in their chest and also circulated their qi. With a wave of their hands, the demon-subduing pestle slammed down like a mountain. The Mao Pearl was like a full moon as it struck towards Tao Master Hao Yun's back. Master Tiangang's wheel of evolution also spun rapidly, crashing towards Tao Master Hao Yun's chest. At the same time, Nun Shuqing unfurled the plain cloud white flag and many small lotus flowers also attacked Tao Master Hao Yun. Nun Jingyi's 7 orifices were bleeding slightly and her limbs were weak. She held the peach blossom whip in her hand. Just like Master Changsheng, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, she attacked by Yanqiu. "All of you, go to hell." Tao Master Hao Yun roared loudly. His face rapidly shrunk and his entire body's qi essence was flowing away. With a wave of his right hand, he raised the heaven-breaking hammer in his hand and struck towards the heaven-shaking drum. Master Tiangang's face was as red as blood. At this moment, it was slightly pale. He knew that this strike contained all of Tao Master Hao Yun's cultivation. Regardless of whether other people lived or died, this Tao Master Hao Yun would definitely die. However, if this strike hit the heaven-shaking drum and the sound of the drum spread out, how many people would survive would be hard to say. Chapter 12:16. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang looked at Taoist Master Hao Yun, who was struggling to hit the heaven-shaking drum with the heaven-breaking mallet as if he was lifting a heavy object. He also shouted loudly and quickly formed a seal with his hands. From afar, it looked like a blooming lotus flower. Quick! Master Tiangang pointed his finger, and the mortal wheel that was about to reach Taoist Master Hao Yun's chest suddenly jumped up and disappeared. Then, it appeared below Taoist Master Hao Yun's heaven-breaking mallet. With a wung sound, it charged towards the heaven-breaking mallet. Bang! The two magic treasures collided with each other. The mortal wheel was sent flying horizontally far away, while the heaven-pounding hammer was also knocked up. Of course, it was only knocked up half a foot. Taoist Master Hao Yun's arm moved again, and the heaven-breaking mallet continued to strike. Just as the heaven-breaking mallet was about to hit the heaven-shaking drum, a bang sound was heard as the Molu pearl hit Taoist Master Hao Yun's back. Taoist Master Hao Yun's body moved slightly, and with a series of crackling sounds, all the lotus flowers on the plain cloud white flag exploded. Finally, with a boom sound, the demon-subduing mallet that was as light as a feather fell on Taoist Master Hao Yun's head. At this time, the drum was silent and the heaven-shaking drum's defense was gone. Taoist Master Hao Yun's body had been broken through by the Molu pearl and the plain cloud white flag. Taoist Master Hao Yun's body was already dried up and weaker than an ordinary person. At this time, the heaven-breaking mallet was only a finger's distance away from the heaven-shaking drum. That was close. Seeing the demon-subduing mallet succeed, everyone was overjoyed. They put away their magic tools and no longer spoke. They took out pills and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. The heaven-shaking drum and the heaven-breaking mallet quietly floated in the air. No one went to collect them. The three disciples of the aroma religion were pale, but they seemed to have calmed down. Only Nun Xuezhen was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian had already rescued Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang. At this moment, they were staring coldly at the Righteous Alliance's alliance leader Zhang San, who was shrouded in a cloud of reddish-black smoke. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Not far away, Bai Yanqiu was not affected by the sky-shaking drum because he had taken precautions in advance. He fought alone against Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi, and originally had the upper hand. However, Taoist Master Hao Yun was smashed into meat paste, and the sound of the drum stopped. Bai Yanqiu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that he could not hold on, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand, and a signal flew into the air. He then sneered and said, "You Immortal Dao experts are now seriously injured. This sect leader wants to see which martial Dao disciple cut off your heads." At this moment, Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi finally realized that under Bai Yanqiu's mountain and river map, there must be many Immortal Dao or martial Dao experts on the same level as Liang Zongxu and the others lying in ambush. Now that they were injured, killing dozens of them was not a problem. However, it was impossible to kill hundreds or thousands of them. Seeing the change in Master Longevity and Nun Jingyi's expressions, Bai Yanqiu was very proud. But, after waiting for a while, no one came. 1,000 feet was not very far away, and, at this time, the sky was already bright. It was almost dawn, and they could already see things 1,000 feet away. What's going on? Bai Yanqiu was very proud and did not find it strange. It was like extreme joy begets sorrow. However, before Bai Yanqiu could turn around to look at the mountain and river map 1,000 feet away, her eyes casually fell on the corpse of Reverend Hao Yu, who was flying close to the ground. At this time, Reverend Hao Yu's head was shattered. It should have been a mess of flesh and blood. The ground where Reverend Hao Yu's body brushed past should also have a trail of blood. However, what Bai Yanqiu saw was a dried-up lump where Reverend Hao Yu's head should have been. She could not see anything. There was not a single trace of blood on the withered grass and snow behind the corpse. Ah? Bai Yanqiu's heart trembled. Her body immediately floated in midair and looked around in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Reverend Hao Yu's corpse was not far ahead. It should be Reverend Hao Feng. Reverend Hao Feng's chest was cut horizontally by the yen fan wheel. He should have been dripping with blood and looked very bloody. However, at this time, Reverend Hao Feng was lying there diagonally. Beside him, there was already a thick layer of snow, but it was still pure white. It was as if there was no blood at all. Tenryu sect, Bai Yanqiu hysterically screamed in midair. At this time, she was extremely convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's words. The Dalan Temple, Chuan Xiang sect, Misty School, the Righteous Alliance and Between the Clouds and the Water were already here. If there was someone who had the strength to spare, if it was not the Tenryu sect, who else could it be? And the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water that she brought with her did not heed her signal to come out. Was there even a need to say the result? Seeing Bai Yanqiu flying in midair in horror and hearing Bai Yanqiu's terrified scream, although Master Chang Sheng and Nun Jingyi did not notice the abnormality of the corpse on the snow, their hearts jumped. Before they could ask, they heard a shrill laughter from the mountain map that was 1,000 feet away from Bai Yanqiu. Following that, Sakura, dressed in black and wearing a cloak on his head, appeared from 1,000 feet away with a few people dressed in strange clothes and dozens of ordinary-looking disciples of the Tenryu sect. In the middle of the dozens of disciples was a woman dressed in purple. This woman had big eyes, thick eyebrows, a beauty mark on her left chin and a dimple on her right cheek. This was the dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been thinking about day and night. Sakura? It's really you? Seeing this, Bai Yanqiu couldn't help but laugh. Beidou School's sect leader Ren said that the trap under Yao Mountain was set up by your Tenryu sect. We didn't believe it and thought that you were already hiding in the Tenryu sect to recuperate. Now, it seems that we have all fallen into your trap. Sakura's figure floated in the air and he said shrilly, "What? Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing are all seriously injured. If they don't retreat to recuperate, how can I go back?" Then, looking at the corpses on the ground from afar, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He smiled and said, "If I leave, how can this place be lively? How can Yao Mountain be lively?" Seeing Sakura approaching, Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to stay any longer. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned around and flew to Master Chang Sheng and Nun Jingyi's side. Seeing that Master Chang Sheng and Nun Jingyi were still confused, Bai Yanqiu pointed to the Righteous Alliance's disciples on the left and reminded them, "Master, can you see if there is any blood under the bodies of the Righteous Alliance's disciples? See if they are the same as the corpses under Yao Mountain." Only then did Master Chang Sheng and Nun Jingyi understand. With just a glance, they knew that the corpses of those disciples were the same as the dried corpses without blood on Yao Mountain. Alliance Master Zhang. Seeing the abnormal corpses of the Righteous Alliance's disciples, everyone also saw Alliance Master Zhang San's scarlet flag and the black and red fog around it. When Alliance Master Zhang San saw this, he knew that he couldn't hide the secret, so he smiled and said, "This is the immortal cultivation method that XNG Town's Ma family offered to our alliance. Our alliance's cultivation isn't deep enough, so we don't dare to embarrass ourselves in front of everyone." Immortal cultivation method? Master Chang Sheng frowned and looked at Nun Jing. Both of them looked at each other in surprise. Sakura, who was far away, seemed to have heard them and shouted, "Alliance Master Zhang San, welcome to our Tenryu sect. What immortal cultivation method is this?" "It is the supreme cultivation method of our Tenryu sect." Nonsense. Alliance Master Zhang San almost jumped up. "Your demonic sect's cultivation method. Does it need vitality stones? Who said that demonic sect's cultivation method doesn't need vitality stones?" Sakura laughed sharply and took a few steps forward. "Sakura, how did you know about this place?" Master Chang Sheng shouted angrily. "This is the inheritance of our immortal Dao ancestor." Chang Sheng, oh Chang Sheng, don't forget that your Dalan Temple, although it's also a immortal Dao sect. It's different from Fragrance Cult, Misty School, and Shen Dao sect. Your inheritance is different from theirs. Sakura replied. "What's more, my Tenryu sect's ancestor Sakura also stayed in this forest before, so why can't my Tenryu sect know about this place?" Then he clapped his hands and said, "Since your Shen Dao sect has Situ Ping, Why can't my Tenryu sect have Sita Liang? As he said this, a disciple walked out from the crowd. Ah? Sita Liang? You're actually a disciple of the Tenryu sect? Others didn't recognize Sita Liang, but how could Bai Yanqiu, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, not recognize him? That's right, this disciple is indeed a disciple of the Tenryu sect. By Zhangman, your Shindao sect's threshold is too high, this disciple can't pass it, so I can only become a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Situ Liang sneered. Bai Yanqiu's face turned green and red. Back then, by chance, Bai Yanqiu met Situ Ping and Sita Liang. She chose Situ Ping to be a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water and sent him to the evil tiger gang to be Wan Jianfeng's spy. She threw Sita Liang to the side, but she never would have thought that Sita Liang was already a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Alright Bai Zheng, it's not that I want to scold you, but you've been planning for so long, yet you're so overcautious. You didn't even dare to deal with O Peng from the Misty School. If you did it earlier, how would you be in such a predicament today? I have to say, Speaking to here, he paused for a bit, then continued, you're really too soft-hearted. I was far away in the northwest, but I still received the message sent by Sita Liang. If it wasn't for some unforeseen circumstances, I would have come here personally. Since you didn't participate in the excitement of the secret plane last time, this time, don't disappoint me, okay? Sakura revealed a mocking smile. How can your Tenryu sect meddle in my affairs? What unforeseen circumstances did you have? Don't decline. If your Tenryu sect had come earlier, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess between the clouds and the water. Bai Yanqiu also sneered without any trace of politeness. Right now, she was all alone and had already disregarded her own life, so how could she still have any fear towards Sakura? If I have any matters, why would I need to inform you? Sakura said proudly. Looking at Bai Yanqiu, who was between the clouds and the water, as well as Tenryu sect's Sakura, Master Changsheng and Nun Jingyi were both speechless. That's right, everyone was scheming, but none of them succeeded. Chapter 12-17. After a long while, Master Changsheng sighed. He looked at Nun Jingyi, Alliance Master Zhang San, and Zhang Xiaohu. Then he looked at Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Nun Shuqing, who had yet to recover from their injuries. He took a step forward, put his palms together, and chanted, Amitabha, Sakura, you've been plotting for a long time. You just want to find the sheepskin scroll and go deep into the forest to find the inheritance. Just as you said, my Dalan Temple is not a sect founded by the three ancestors of the Immortal Tao. But since my Dalan Temple has the sheepskin scroll and has the right to enter the secret area, it's not impossible for your Tenryu sect to enter as well. Moreover, the three Immortal Tao sects and my Dalan Temple may be different from your Tenryu sect, but we haven't had any fierce conflicts for tens of thousands of years. Today, although we're all injured, we may not necessarily lose to your Tenryu sect. This old monk is not talented, but I still want to make a deal with Sakura. When Sakura heard this, he was slightly stunned. With a strange smile on his face, he said, Master, please speak. Master Changsheng repeated the method of sharing the profits that he had told Alliance Master Zhang San just now. Without waiting for Sakura to answer, he turned around and asked Alliance Master Zhang San, Alliance Master Zhang San, what do you think of this old monk's suggestion? Alliance Master Zhang San was now alone, and his hatred was mostly added to Bai Yanqiu between the clouds and the water. Now that the strength of the four Immortal Tao sects had been greatly reduced, if they fought with the Tenryu sect again, it would most likely be a lose-lose situation. He himself was very likely to be killed by the Tenryu sect. Who in this world was truly unafraid of death? At this moment, Alliance Master Zhang San also gave up the idea of using the sheepskin scroll to threaten Master Changsheng. He only nodded slightly. Great Master's understanding is beyond my expectations. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Take out the sheepskin scrolls and let me see if you really have the so-called sheepskin scrolls. I'll see if you really have the qualifications to enter the jungle. Grandmaster Changsheng frowned slightly and became cautious. He shook his head and said, Of course we have sheepskin scrolls. However, you don't seem to have one. What right do you have to look at our sheepskin scrolls? Ha! Indra laughed shrilly. According to the records of my Tenryu sect, the method of entering and leaving the forest has already been destroyed. Where did you get the sheepskin scroll? Are you sure that the sheepskin scroll can enter the secret plane? Then he looked at Siduping and said, if I didn't know that the method to enter and exit the secret area was long gone, how could I not pay attention when Situ Liang reported the mysterious actions of Siduping and the others to the Tenryu sect? What? The method to enter and exit the forest has already been destroyed? Grandmaster Chongqing was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Nun Jingyi, then looked at the Misty School. He used this sheepskin scroll to enter the secret plane personally a few years ago, when Wenhai's injuries had already recovered. He was already able to stand up. He cupped his hands and replied, furthermore, I have already told Grandmaster Chongqing and the others about what I saw in the secret plane. There really is such a magical sheepskin scroll? Indra's tone was a bit hesitant. Then he asked, can you let me take a look? Of course not. Indra, your Tenryu sect is trying to gain something without risking anything. It's better for you to follow behind us. There will be benefits for you guys anyways. Why are you in such a hurry? Nun Jingyi was a bit dissatisfied. However, looking at both sides, she still said calmly, Hee, is that sheepskin scroll with you guys? Indra seemed to be worried. He asked casually, it might not be with me. However, if I don't say it, then no one will know where the sheepskin scroll is. Then, no one will be able to enter the secret plane. Alliance Master Zhang San said quickly. Really? Indra laughed. If that's the case, then, that's great. Before he finished speaking, Indra waved the hand hidden in his sleeve. A faint black line that was almost invisible to the naked eye shot towards Alliance Master Zhang San. How dare you! A shout came from behind Grandmaster Chongqing. It was none other than Grandmaster Tiangang's voice. Along with his voice came the Wheel of Buddha's Radiance. The Dalan Temple's technique was indeed the nemesis of the Heavenly Dragon sect. The Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact was also worthy of being the Dalan Temple's famous Dharma artifact. Before the Wheel of Buddha's Dharma artifact could reach Alliance Master Zhang San, the Radiant Dharma artifact had already dispersed the black lines. Indra saw this and his expression changed slightly. He seemed extremely uncomfortable. Indra, what are you doing? Grandmaster Chongqing was furious. He also raised the Buddha beads in his hand. Hearing Grandmaster Chongqing's question, Indra looked up to the sky and laughed. Bai Yanxiu from the Shindao sect wants to enter the secret plane with you guys. Do you think my Tenryu sect is the same as her? To tell you the truth, the things in this secret plane, my Tenryu sect doesn't care about them at all. What I want to do today is to destroy this sheepskin scroll. None of your disciples from the 4 immortal Dao sects can enter the secret plane. Ah? Everyone was stunned. It turned out that the Tenryu sect was actually planning to destroy the sheepskin scroll. Haha, I understand. Grandmaster Chongqing laughed. Presumably, in this secret plane, the 3 ancestors of the immortal Dao sects must have left behind a method to restrain the Tenryu sect. Moreover, this method is extremely vicious. Maybe it can even wipe out the descendants of the Tenryu sect. So, Benefactor is hiding nearby and waiting for us to enter the secret plane to destroy the sheepskin scroll? Cut the crap. Indra waved his hand and shouted, Go! First, kill Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Then, capture the people from the Misty School alive. I want to see how your Dalan Temple and Incense Cult can enter the secret plane without these 2 sects. When Grandmaster Chongqing heard this, he looked at the disciples of the Tenryu sect who were pouncing over like tigers and wolves. He threw his Buddha beads and chanted, Amitba! Shanzai, Shanzai! Watch how I subdue demons! Old Ball Donkey! Upon seeing this, Sakura stretched out his hand that was hidden in his sleeve. His pale and slender hand was holding a palm-sized magic tool that was shaped like a horse head zither. However, the horse head zither that was commonly seen had strings and a lifelike horse head on top of the zither. However, in Sakura's hand, not only did it not have strings, the horse head was also a horse skull. That zither was even surrounded by a faint black fog. Zhu Xin. Grandmaster Chong Xing narrowed his eyes and said, "This Zhu Xe? I have admired it for a long time. Ha, old bald donkey, then let Zhu Xe have a taste of your heart." Indra laughed shrilly. The horse's head zither suddenly jumped into the air. The faint black fog spread slightly and an extremely soft sound shot towards Grandmaster Chong Sheng. "Indra, your opponent is me." Seeing this, Grandmaster Tiangang threw the wheel of evolution. The Buddhist magic weapon lingering around the Buddha light flew towards the horse's head zither. "I knew you would make a move. However, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Indra muttered and made a gesture. 3 wisps of black fog separated from the horse's head zither and wrapped around the wheel of evolution. Before Indra made his move, he had already ordered his disciples to kill Alliance Master Zhang San and capture the disciples of the Misty School alive. The disciples of the Tenryu sect had already received their leader's order. They waved their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards Alliance Master Zhang San. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San was surrounded by the disciples of the Incense sect. Peacock and the others had taken the Yuandan pill and their injuries had been suppressed. Nun Shuezhen had also slowly regained consciousness, but she was too injured to get up. Seeing the disciples of the Tenryu sect attacking, Peacock, Chin, and Swift all drew their weapons and went up to meet them. On the right of Alliance Master Zhang San were the disciples of the Misty School. Similarly, when Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Lu Qingyang's injuries had also been greatly alleviated. Zhang Xiaohu and Li Jian's bodies were not seriously injured. Seeing the disciples of the Incense sect protecting Alliance Master Zhang San, although they were extremely unhappy, they had to draw their weapons and step forward to meet them. Although the disciples of the Incense sect and the Misty School were injured earlier, they were still first-class experts, especially Peacock, Chin, and Zhang Xiaohu. The weapons in Peacock and Chen's hands were the magical weapons they obtained from the Yaoshan Immortal abode. Their cultivation levels were still low and they could not control the flying swords. However, by infusing their vital energy, they were able to force the sword light out by more than 4 feet. It was a terrifying sight. The jade water sword in Zhang Xiaohu's hand was also about 1 foot long and the sword light rushed out to meet the disciples of the Tenryu sect. With a wave of his sword, the disciple could not dodge in time and the sword light cut through the copper rod. There was no sound at all and the copper rod was cut in half. Zhang Xiaohu's swordsmanship changed again and the sword light pierced towards the disciple's throat from a strange angle. The disciple hurriedly dodged, but when he saw that he was more than 2 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua, the sword light would not be able to pierce him. He subconsciously let down his guard. However, at this time, the sword light that swept past the disciple's throat suddenly increased and became more than 3 feet long. It had slashed through the disciple's throat. The disciple didn't even have time to react before a flash of blood appeared. Blood continued to flow out from his throat and his body collapsed on the ground. He was dead, and the blood that flowed out slowly seeped into the ground. From where his blood seeped into, strands of black gas appeared from the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's figure did not change. The sword light of the broken water sword in his hand swallowed and spat out as he fought with the other disciples of the Tenryu sect. Li Jian and the others did the same. They waved their weapons and fought with Zhang Xiaohu and the disciples of the Tenryu sect. When the remaining heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect saw that Sakura had made his move, they also floated up and took out their magic weapons. They howled and flew towards Master Yuandao and the others. The one flying in front was Maharaga of the Tenryu sect. His hands were empty except for a small whip made of grayish-white bones in his right hand. When he got closer, Maharaga waved his right hand, and the small whip made of white bones transformed into a 2-foot-long whip made of white bones. The whip made an ear-piercing sound that was like the howling of a malicious spirit. It directly pierced one's mind. The whip stirred up a gust of wind and attacked Master Chongqing from all directions. Chapter 12:18. When Master Longevity saw Maharaga's white bone whip coming, he took a deep breath and swung the Buddhist beads in his hand. The beads shimmering with Buddhist light spun and met the attack. The head of the white bone whip hit the edge of the Buddhist beads first. The Buddhist light expanded and dispersed the snake-like black gas coming out of the whip. The white bone whip seemed to be extremely afraid of the Buddhist light and quickly retracted. But after retracting about half a foot, it suddenly wrapped around the side of the Buddhist beads and inserted itself into the middle of the beads as if it had a mind of its own. Before the white bone whip could wrap around the Buddhist beads, there were a few crisp pops. The 108 tiny Buddhist beads suddenly scattered and spun separately. They formed a formation and collided with the white bone whip. At this time, the white bone whip had already been surrounded by the Buddhist beads. It couldn't dodge in time. With a few crackling sounds, the white bone whip was hit by several Buddhist beads, causing the white bone whip to flicker with a black brilliance. The black gas on the whip also lessened a little. Ah, old monk longevity, you really have some skills. You are indeed worthy of being the abbot of the Dalan temple. Maharaja laughed wildly. After saying a few words, he formed a seal with his right hand and quickly muttered a few words. A few needle-like objects flew out of his hand and pierced into the white bone whip in midair. The moment the needles entered the white bone whip, it was as if a fuse had been ignited. The entire white bone whip suddenly grew 30% bigger. The white bone whip was like an explosion, expanding to about 10 feet and wrapping around the 108 Buddhist beads. When Grandmaster Chongqing threw out his Buddha beads to fight Maharaja, Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-subduing pestle also flew up. It picked up a heavenly king behind Sakura and slammed him down. However, before the demon-subduing pestle could land, a tall and thin heavenly king jumped up and shouted, "Demon-subduing pestle? Hee, that's exactly what I want to meet." With that, the heavenly king flew into the air. He didn't take out any magic weapon, but he stretched out a fist. Although the heavenly king was thin and small, his fist was the size of an alms bowl and looked black. With a bang, the fist collided with the demon-subduing pestle. The heavenly king's body was smashed down 3 feet and almost fell to the ground. And the demon-subduing pestle was also bounced back. This, Master Yuandao, who had always believed in the power of the demon-subduing pestle, was dumbfounded. This was the demon-subduing pestle that had smashed Taoist Hao Yun into meat paste, but it was actually bounced back by the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect with his fist. For a moment, Master Yuandao actually forgot about the demon-subduing pestle in the air and let it in the air. Haha, as heavy as a mountain, the demon-subduing pestle is just SOSO. As the heavenly king laughed, his body flew up again. When he was 4 feet above the ground, his heroic spirit was unleashed. With a tisk, he tore off his shirt and cloak, revealing his upper body and head. This heavenly king was skinny and not as muscular as Kong Jian. The bronze color of his skin was slightly darker. On his skin, a lifelike dragon was entrenched on this heavenly king's body. The ferocious dragon head was tattooed on this heavenly king's head. Dragon King? Master Yuandao saw this and couldn't help but gasp and blurt out. The Tenryu sect's Dragon King had always been strong and had the strength of 1 dragon and 9 elephants. He had never heard of it but had never personally experienced it. Seeing what the Dragon King had done just now, was it not even more terrifying than the legends? Monk Yuandao? I have long heard of your reputation as a disciple of the guardian of the Dalan temple. Today, I would like to see it for myself so that the world will know that the one with great strength is the one who is respected in the Tenryu sect. The Dragon King roared and flew up again. He clenched his fist at the dragon claw with the dragon tattoo. When he swung his fist, a faint black light flashed at the dragon tattoo. Then, a faint black gas floated out and hit the demon-subduing pestle that was still tumbling. Master Yuandao came to his senses and his eyes narrowed. He flew up and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle flew back to his hand. Master Yuandao waved his hand and the demon-subduing pestle made a sharp sound as it hit the Dragon King's fist. Master Yuandao didn't forget to mock the Dragon King. I will show you that the demon-subduing pestle can subdue a demon like you. Haha. The Dragon King laughed and the momentum of his fist didn't change. The two of them started fighting. The Dalan temple only had Master Yuanming left. The Molu pearl flew in the air and shone brightly. There were still 2 heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect attacking. When they got close, Master Yuanming turned to look at Nun Shuqing and Nun Jing. He pointed his finger and the Molu pearl shone brightly and covered the 2 heavenly kings. Hee, old monk Yuanming, do you think that you can withstand the 2 of us? One of the heavenly kings flipped his hand and pulled out a white magic tool from his back. With a casual slash, a fishy wind followed that white, blade-like magic tool and attacked the Mao pearl. Azura blade? You mean Azura? Master Yuanming laughed. I have long heard that Azura Heavenly King's Azura blade is the sharpest. I would like to see how your Azura blade will split my Molu pearl. Ha, old monk Yuanming is indeed powerful. It really is this Heavenly King. Azura Heavenly King laughed loudly. The Azura blade suddenly shone with a dark red brilliance. A wave of ghostly wails and howls came from the Azura blade. Then, a blood-like scarlet mist came from the Azura blade and collided with the Molu pearl. With a pu sound, the Molu pearl was trapped in the bloody mist of the Azura blade. It was as if it was in a quagmire. Then, with a pung sound, the Azura blade struck the Molu pearl. With a schwa sound, the Molu pearl shone brightly and opened up a space of 3 feet around the bloody mist. However, this brilliance wasn't as bright as when Master Yuanming took out the Molu pearl. Master Yuanming caught Azura. Nun Jing-yi and Nun Shuqing of the Tenryu sect looked at each other. One waved her peach blossom whip while the other waved her plain cloud white flag. A whip formed by peach blossoms and a lotus flower formed a brilliance and rushed towards the last heavenly king. The last heavenly king looked extremely dark and was abnormally skinny. However, he was also extremely short. He probably only reached Zhang Xiao's waist. However, the dark and skinny heavenly king held an extremely rare magic weapon. It was a pitch-black fork that was longer than the heavenly king's height. The front part of the fork was a ghost head with a ferocious expression. A tongue came out of the ghost head's mouth. The tongue split into 3 parts. They were the 3 prongs of the fork. Hee, 2 old ladies. The heavenly king chuckled, as if he didn't care about Nun Jing-yi and Nun Shuqing at all. He waved his trident and a pitch-black fog was emitted from it. The tip of the trident shone with a cold light. I was originally looking for Bai Yanqiu. Since you're here, I'll let you have some fun first. Great Yiksha. You're just the last of the 8 divine dragons of the Tenryu sect. What's there to be proud of? Nun Shuqing saw the heavenly king's magic weapon and immediately knew his identity. She sneered. The masters of the Tenryu sect were all caught by the masters of the Dalan temple. A weakling like you can only be caught by the women of the Tenryu sect. It's only because your Tenryu sect lost people under Yao Mountain that there's no one else. Otherwise, I can deal with you alone. There's no need for the hierarch of the Tenryu sect to do it personally. The great Yaksha seemed to be extremely lecherous and easily angered. After hearing these words, he flew into a rage. His thin and small body suddenly leaped up and dodged the peach blossoms of the peach blossom whip. He pushed his trident forward 3 times and 9 streaks of black gas shot out from the tip of the trident towards the 2 nuns. As for the great Yaksha himself, he waved his trident around himself and countless streaks of black gas shot out, blocking in front of the white lotus on the plain cloud white flag. When the countless white lotuses came into contact with the black mist, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Puff puff puff. They all exploded and disappeared. At the same time, the black mist rippled and gradually became thinner. Nun Jing-yi smiled when she saw that she had successfully angered the great Yaksha. Her wrist moved slightly and the peach blossom whip suddenly changed its direction. It went from top to bottom and hit the black mist above the great Yaksha's head. Crack crack crack. The countless peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip cracked, and the black energy above the great Yaksha's head exploded. The great Yaksha was shocked and he said anxiously, "This old woman also has such a technique?" As she spoke, she raised her trident and thrust it straight at the peach blossom whip. Nun Jing-yi didn't shrink back. The peach blossom whip followed like a shadow and collided with the trident. With a muffled sound, the peach blossom whip was sent flying into the air by the trident. Nun Jing-yi's face turned slightly red at first, but then it quickly faded, revealing a ghastly pale face. The trident was also shaken away diagonally. The brilliance of the trident's tip was extremely dim. Shock appeared on the great Yiksha's pitch-black face again. Actually, in a battle of the immortal Tao, most people used immortal artifacts to mobilize the chi of heaven and earth to activate the immortal artifact's power. It was very rare to use the immortal artifact's body to fight. However, there wasn't enough chi of heaven and earth at the moment. If she only used the immortal artifact's power, the effect would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be as powerful as when the immortal artifact's body collided. However, this kind of collision would hurt the immortal artifact's cultivation the most. Nun Jingyi's attack just now had sent the great Yiksha's prongs flying and caused him to suffer a great loss, but she herself had also suffered a slight injury. The great Yiksha suffered a great loss and the light of his prongs dimmed. His pitch-black face was filled with shock and heartache. In his opinion, the peach blossom whip was a woman's immortal artifact and its body couldn't compare to the prongs of his prongs. However, when it collided, not only was his prongs damaged, but his cultivation was also shaken. The great Yiksha took a few deep breaths and suppressed his roiling chi and blood. His fighting spirit was even higher. He muttered and used the Tenryu sect's secret technique. The prongs of his prongs hummed and the ghost face at the prongs seemed to come alive. The prongs of his prongs moved slightly and the black mist that seeped out gradually solidified. Old woman, watch Grandpa's power. The great Yiksha roared and swept the prongs of his prongs. His body suddenly flashed and he stabbed at Nun Shuqing's body. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 12-19. In this way, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect fought against the Dalan Temple and the incense cult. The disciples of the Tenryu sect fought against the Misty School, the incense cult, and the leader of the alliance of the righteous sects, Zhang San. Only Bai Yanqiu, between the clouds and the water, was left in front of the dense forest of Five Claws Peak. He held the sky-shaking bow in his hand and looked blankly at the people in the field. Meng, who was standing not far away, was wearing a purple dress, and several disciples of the Tenryu sect who were armed and on guard around her. Bai Yanqiu. Logically speaking, he should have picked up the sky-shaking bow and directly dealt with the remaining disciples of the Tenryu sect. He could even capture Meng and use her as a hostage. The saintess of the Tenryu sect was a person who was slightly inferior to the Sakura. If Bai Yanqiu could capture her, would the Sakura not stop? However, there was only Bai Yanqiu in between the clouds and the water. Leader Zhang San had made it clear that as long as between the clouds and the water entered the secret plane, he would never take out the sheepskin scroll. The Dalan Temple and the incense cult were the main culprits who killed the three immortals between the clouds and the water. At this time, they had revealed their true intentions and certainly would not have any chance with between the clouds and the water. As for this dense forest, Bai Yanqiu definitely could not enter. Since he could not enter the dense forest, how could Bai Yanqiu continue to work for the path of immortality? She stared blankly at the arena, looking for an opportunity to decide the outcome of the battle. She wanted to see if there was an opportunity for her to take advantage of. She was thinking about whether she should make a move or not, and which side she should help. She also had to consider whether she would be killed if she made a move. Perhaps, the best thing to do right now is to run away. Bai Yanqiu thought, looking left and right. However, when he saw Meng Hao off in the distance, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bai Yanqiu had never seen Meng between the clouds and the water. She had only heard from the disciples of the sect that she was a disciple of the inner sect, Zixia. The first time she saw Meng was at the martial arts assembly of the Huayu Palace of the Cult of Fragrance. At that time, Meng was very cute. She was standing beside Zhang Xiaohua, like a cute and lovable little bird. At that time, Bai Yanqiu already knew that Meng was the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. She was terrified and didn't dare to stare at her for too long. Between the clouds and the water wasn't on par with the Tenryu sect. She was really afraid that Meng would vent her anger on her for being captured. Of course, although she didn't look closely, she still had a deep impression of the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect, the one and only holy maiden of Jianghu. Should I capture her? Bai Yanqiu's previous thought arose again. Perhaps I can gain some benefits from this? While Bai Yanqiu was lost in thought, Meng seemed to have sensed something. She turned her gaze away from the battle in the field and met Bai Yanqiu's gaze. Ah! Bai Yanqiu was shocked. She felt that Meng's eyes were filled with endless bewitchment and mockery. It made her feel as if her divine sense was being sucked in. Bai Yanqiu stumbled in her panic. It took her a lot of effort to shift her gaze away. She didn't dare to look in Meng's direction again. She thought to herself, the Tenryu sect's cultivation method is so domineering. This Meng has only been back for a few days. How could she have improved her cultivation by so much? Does this Tenryu sect's saintess specialize in the cultivation method of intimidating one's mind? Meng Hao smiled when she saw that Bai Yanqiu had tactfully avoided meeting her. It was as if Bai Yanqiu was just a clownfish that couldn't make a big wave no matter how hard he tried. She then looked at the sky. There was no frown. She then looked at the people fighting in the field. Although there were many ordinary disciples in the Tenryu sect, their martial arts were inferior to that of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Peacock and the rest seemed to be handling the situation with ease. However, because they were injured by the sky shaking drum, they didn't have time to heal their injuries. Once they started fighting, it was obvious that they weren't in good condition. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, there weren't many casualties. Looking at Master Tiangang, Sakura and the rest, it was different from the fight between the Immortal Dao seniors at the foot of Yao Mountain. At the right time, the various sects couldn't choose which sect would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. According to the rules of Jianghu, the one with the biggest fist would be the first to enter Immortal's abode. Although it was said that they wouldn't show mercy, the leaders of the various sects didn't make a move. Only the seniors of the various sects used their Immortal Dao skills to fight for the sake of the future agreement and the reputation of the various sections. If it wasn't for the Tenryu sect's sneak attack, the Dalan Temple lost Master Yuanwu, the Incense sect lost Abbess Shu Jia, causing the Incense sect and the Dalan Temple to have a grudge. Abbess Shu Qing changed sides and challenged the Dalan Temple together with Between the Clouds and the Water. Later on, the nirvana of the phoenix attracted the vital energy of heaven and earth, triggering the bloodthirsty emotions of the crowd. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been bloodshed at the foot of Yao Mountain. Today, the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect finally found such a good opportunity to gather everyone from the Immortal Dao here. Moreover, the Immortal Dao had internal strife, causing everyone to be injured. The Tenryu sect had the upper hand in terms of strength. The Tenryu sect had the intention to finish this battle in one fell swoop, so they didn't show any mercy at all. The heart executioner in Sakura's hand was already spewing out black gas from the 7 apertures of the skull. The black gas was like a spirit snake, winding around the mortal wheel and slowly entangling it. The Dalan Temple's technique was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect's technique, and the faint Buddha's light was also the nemesis of the black gas. Early on, when Master Tiangang and Sakura were fighting, the black gas that Sakura released was purified by the faint Buddha's light and disappeared between heaven and earth without a trace. However, after fighting for a while, the Buddha's light was only a little bit. Master Tiangang was injured twice, and the magic power in his body was already somewhat exhausted. Sakura was also strange. Previously, he was injured by Master Tiangang, and that injury was caused by both of his hands passing through his body. At this moment, it seemed that Sakura was using some kind of secret technique of the Tenryu sect, so it was impossible to see the injury from a month ago. The black gas in the heart executioner became more and more concentrated, and it almost enveloped the entire mortal wheel. Moreover, the black gas was like silk that entangled the mortal wheel tightly. Master Tiangang felt as if the mortal wheel had fallen into a quagmire. His divine sense was already somewhat unable to move the mortal wheel flexibly. And the most terrible thing was that the reason why the heart executioner was called heart executioner was because this horse-head zither could make a mournful sound like a ghost's cry, and it was like a sharp sword that pierced into the opponent's heart. Master Tiangang might not have been able to care about this kind of sound attack if it was on a normal day. However, just an hour ago, the ancient divine weapons, the sky-shaking drum and the sky-breaking hammer, had appeared here. Under the desperate urging of Master Hao Yun, these killing weapons had already injured Master Tiangong's heart meridian. If he could meditate for a few years, Master Tiangong's heart meridian might be able to recover, and he wouldn't be afraid of the heart executioner then. However, when it rains, it pours. Master Tiangang had just killed Master Hao Yun when Sakura came and used the heart executioner to attack Master Tiangong's heart meridian. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Master Tiangang already felt a dull pain in his heart meridian, which had already affected the use of his magic power. If we fight for another 2 hours, I'm afraid I'll really fall in the hands of Sakura. Master Tiangang thought in his heart, but then he suddenly realized, the Tenryu sect may not only want to destroy the sheepskin scroll. They only need to destroy the operation of the 4 sects to enter the secret land, and we can only wait until next year to enter the secret land again. And we're all injured, so they have enough time to deal with us and destroy the sheepskin scroll. They have a whole year's time. Maybe, in the secret land, there really is a secret left by the Immortal Dao's 3 ancestors to deal with the Tenryu sect? Master Tiangang suddenly realized. Tisk. Thinking of this, Master Tiangang felt an incomparable pain in his heart meridian. It was so painful that Master Tiangang almost cried out. He took the time to look at the sky. Although it was still covered with dense clouds and snowflakes, the sky was already bright. Master Tiangang felt that there was not much time left until the first ray of sunlight rose. But, the whole sky is covered by clouds. How can the sunlight pass through? Master Tiangang thought of this question for no reason. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence was injected into the wheel of divination with Master Tiangong's incantation. Master Tiangong's eyes suddenly lit up. The wheel of divination was the same as Master Tiangong's eyes. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the wheel of divination. While the surrounding rings were rotating rapidly, the cross in the middle suddenly broke away from the ring and shot towards Sakura like lightning. Sakura was startled. He flicked his hand and a wisp of black silk was formed. It guided the black gas that came out of the heart executioner and formed a net in front of the cross-shaped lightning. When the lightning touched the black gas net, it made a sizzling sound. The black gas was like snow that was poured with hot water, and it instantly melted. Sakura was surprised. He pointed his finger and more black gas wrapped around the lightning. However, the lightning didn't stop there. It kept forming a net of black gas, and it was about to shoot in front of Sakura. Puff! Sakura frowned. He had no choice but to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas gradually turned into the shape of a short sword in the air, and it quickly blocked in front of the lightning. The lightning seemed to have exhausted its strength. It was blocked by the black gas and stopped. Hee, old bald donkey, what else? Before Sakura could sneer, the lightning suddenly split into 2. One of the 2 halves was even faster, and when Sakura wasn't paying attention, it shot toward the skull of the heart executioner. With a pop sound, the skull was actually pierced through, turning into a few white pieces that floated in the air. The black gas within the skull suddenly burst out, enveloping the surrounding area. Old bald donkey! Sakura was furious. Just as he was about to pick up the pieces floating beside the zither, a kind of vigilance suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't think and didn't care about the pieces. He immediately soared up and was about to float away. However, at this moment, at the place where Sakura Yaoshan was ambushed by Master Tiangang, the same pair of white jade-like palms appeared in the same posture. It was Master Tiangang who used the Wheel of Evolution to make the final attack, attracting Sakura's attention. As for himself, he didn't care about the corrosion of the heart executioner's black gas. He forcefully channeled his magic power and went deep into the black gas. Using the same method, he heavily injured Sakura again. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 12:20. Sakura's blood-curdling screams shook the 9 heavens. That was anger, that was grief, that was a kind of remorse and guilt. Sakura had calculated everything, But he didn't expect that Great Master Tiangang would actually also imitate Taoist Master Hao Yun, disregarding everything, and actually rushed into the black gas that was incomparably poisonous to Great Master Tiangang. And he himself actually had this old bald donkey stabbed into the same part of his body twice. Just as Master Tiangang was about to wave his hand and destroy Sakra's body again, Sakra had already moved. Like a black wind, he instantly disappeared from Master Tiangang's hand. Master Tiangang was already seriously injured, and with the sharp pain in his heart meridian, his true qi stagnated, and he immediately fell to the ground. How could he continue to pursue Sakra? While Sakra and Master Tiangang's battle was progressing, the battles of several people beside them were also beginning to take shape. The one closest to Master Tiangang was Master Longevity. Master Longevity had already spread out his Buddhist beads at the very beginning. The 108 small Saraira Buddhist beads shone with boundless Buddhist light. Although the white bone whip was extremely powerful, and after several head-on clashes, the dozens of Saraira Buddhist beads dimmed, but the Buddhist beads lived up to their reputation as Buddhist holy objects. Under Master Longevity's control, they formed different arrays, attacking and defending well, and still managed to suppress the sharpness of the white bone whip. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage, Maharaga's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes darted around, and a resolute look appeared on his face. At that moment, the white bone whip lashed down, and the Buddhist beads turned into a shield formation to meet it. Just as the white bone whip touched the Buddhist beads, Maharaga opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then he tapped with his fingers, and a small blood-shaped array instantly formed. Once the blood array was formed, it immediately shot toward the white bone whip and stuck to the shaft of the white bone whip. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After the white bone whip stuck to the blood array, a blood-red color spread out. After it turned completely blood-red, it immediately turned into countless tiny blood-red beads that whistled toward Master Longevity and the 108 Saraira Buddhist beads. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. It was the sound of the bones and the Saraira beads colliding and exploding. Every time it rang out, Maharaga's face lost a bit of color. Every time it rang out, Grandmaster Longevity's face also turned a bit paler. Dozens of blood-colored bones penetrated the Buddhist Saraira beads and shot straight towards Master Longevity. Seeing the white bones close in on him, Grandmaster Longevity clenched his teeth and waved his sleeves. It was the Heaven and Earth sleeve ability, and he wanted to collect the dozens of white bones. Unexpectedly, just as he collected the white bones into his sleeves, Grandmaster Longevity's expression changed drastically. Popping sounds came from his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves actually exploded. Grandmaster Longevity hurriedly flung his sleeves, and the white bones in his sleeves flew toward Maharaga along with the explosion. "Ha, old bald donkey, do you know what it means to reap what you sow?" Maharaga grinned viciously and waved his hand nonchalantly. Several streams of faint black chi stopped the remaining dozen or so skeletons in front of him. But, just as Maharaga was mocking Grandmaster Longevity, one of the skeletons suddenly moved. It flew through the black chi Maharaga had set up and shot right into Maharaga's chest. That small sword pierced right through his chest. When Maharaga saw it with his divine sense, he realized that it was the Dalan Temple's magic weapon, the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword, why is it in your hands? Maharaga asked in panic as he used the Tenryu sect's secret technique to stop his wound. That demon-slaying sword was the absolute nemesis of the Black Chi. All the magic weapons of the Tenryu sect were extremely afraid of it. Ha, cough, cough. Grandmaster Longevity had just laughed a few times when he started coughing again. Presumably, his injuries were also very serious. After coughing a few times, Grandmaster Longevity straightened up and said in a low voice, "This old monk is the abbot of the Dalan Temple. Isn't this old monk the one who uses all the magic weapons? Grandmaster Yuanwu has passed away. Isn't this demon-slaying sword left behind by this old monk?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger. His face was slightly flushed, and the demon-slaying sword returned. The battle between Grandmaster Tiangang and Indra, as well as the battle between Grandmaster Longevity and Maharaga, was spectacular. However, the battle between Dragon King and Yuan Dao was the most entertaining. The Dragon King was so engrossed in the battle that he tore off all his clothes, leaving only his private parts to cover. The Dragon King's body was painted with a huge dragon from head to toe. As the Dragon King twisted and turned in the air, the dragon seemed to come alive. As the saying goes, dragons follow the clouds and tigers follow the wind. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, thin black clouds appeared around the Dragon King's body. Following those black clouds, the dragon on the Dragon King's body expanded and shrunk in the clouds, abnormally vigorous. Ping ping ping. The whole place was filled with the sounds of the Dragon King and Grandmaster Yuandao's demon-slaying pestle colliding. The Dragon King's body was also unusual. His fists were even weirder and did not match the Dragon King's slender body. However, these fists did not seem to be made of flesh at all. Perhaps, these fists were the magic weapons that the Dragon King had been refining all this time. The demon-subduing pestle was something that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's divine strength, she did not dare to face the demon-subduing pestle head-on. She could only use the Great Wisdom Sword to deal with it. As for the Dragon King, he had been using his fists to fight the demon-subduing pestle from the beginning to the end. Moreover, as time passed, the true energy in Grandmaster Yuandao's body gradually dried up. The demon-subduing pestle became lighter and lighter, while the Dragon King's fists became stronger and stronger. Every time, the demon-subduing pestle would be blown away by the wind from the fists. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Grandmaster Yuandao could not help but have other thoughts. He flicked the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the Dragon King. Seeing that the Dragon King was excitedly raising his fist and exerting more force on the demon-subduing pestle, Grandmaster Yuandao flicked his sleeves lightly. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "What a good Dragon King, this old monk." However, before he could leap up, he fell to the ground. "Ha!" The Dragon King shouted, "Old bald donkey, hurry up and get up. This daddy has not had enough yet." As he spoke, he swung his fist and flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao. But just as his fist was about to reach Grandmaster Yuandao's chest, a thin black ray of light suddenly appeared and pierced into the Dragon King's back. This black ray of light was the black needle that Grandmaster Yuandao had used the Heaven and Earth box to collect from Taoist Master Hao Yun. Since he knew that Taoist Master Hao Yun was the culprit who injured Grandmaster Yuandao, how could Grandmaster Yuandao return it to him? To think that he would be able to use it here today. Old bald donkey, when did you learn to be so despicable? The Dragon King did not care about the attack at all. He had cultivated the Tenryu sect's secret technique, and his entire body was tempered like a magical weapon. The tiny black ray of light would not be able to pierce through his skin. But that's just how things are. When you think it's impossible, it just happens. That tiny black ray of light flashed and disappeared into the Dragon King's skin. Ah? The Dragon King let out a cry of shock and immediately rolled on the ground. He activated the secret technique in his body and tried to force the black ray of light out. But this black ray of light was a mysterious object. Back then, Grandmaster Yuandao had died under this black ray of light. Even though Grandmaster Yuandao did not have the secret technique to refine it and did not have the ability to control the black ray of light, once it entered the Dragon King's skin, it immediately flowed through the Dragon King's blood vessels and into his heart. Grandmaster Yuandao was overjoyed when he saw the Dragon King panicking. He immediately jumped up from the ground and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle came crashing down like a mountain. The Dragon King roared and straightened his body. He raised his fist and with a loud bang, the demon-subduing pestle was sent flying. However, the Dragon King's face changed. The black ray of light that he had blocked earlier was now moving closer to his heart. Good. Grandmaster Yuandao seemed to know that the Dragon King was in an awkward position. He used what little spiritual energy he had and slammed the demon-subduing pestle down like a mountain. The Dragon King could only retreat as he fought. Grandmaster Yuan Ming was perhaps the most stable of the Grandmasters in the Dalan Temple. In other words, he was the only one who could fight evenly with the Tenryu sect's Heavenly King and was at a slight disadvantage. The Azura Heavenly King of the Tenryu sect had always been known for his battle prowess. He was also a bloodthirsty and cruel person. The Azura saber in his hand was passed down from the ancient Sakura Buddha. In the past 10,000 years, it had drunk the blood of countless people and reaped the lives of countless people. When the Azura saber was swung, it was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and the faint wails of countless vengeful spirits could be faintly heard. Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not have many magical instruments. The Mao bead was one of the few magical instruments in the Buddhist sect. However, Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not have any great supernatural powers and could not use the power of the Mao bead. He could only use his spiritual energy to drive the Mao bead to strike like a pellet. Of course, this method could not compare to the true power of the Azura saber. Fortunately, the Mao bead shone brightly and suppressed the blood and black energy of the Azura saber. Grandmaster Yuan Ming also held his ground. The Mao bead did not fly more than 10 feet away from him. The Buddha's light protected his entire body firmly. He did not seek to make any mistakes. Therefore, although Grandmaster Yuan Ming was at a disadvantage, he was not in any danger in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Beside Azura was Wuxia King. The ghost face's three-pronged trident was being used smoothly. Endless black energy was spat out from the ghost face's tongue, tightly entangling Nun Shu Qing and Nun Jing Yi on the opposite side. However, although there was a lot of black energy and it was extremely corrosive, the plain cloud white flag lived up to its reputation. Every time it waved, countless white lotuses would appear and block the black energy. Although the white lotuses were not as useful as the Buddha's light of the Dalan Temple, the white lotuses would constantly explode and annihilate most of the black energy. As for Wuxia King's trident, Nun Jing Yi was not afraid at all. Her peach blossom whip danced and turned into peach blossoms. The peach blossoms changed formations, and she always had endless methods to block the trident in front of the two, rendering Wuxia King's attacks ineffective. However, there was still one thing that made Nun Jing Yi and Nun Shu Qing angry, and that was Wuxia King's abnormal lecherousness. Although the two nuns were rather old, Wuxia King's mouth was still flirtatious. He rambled on, and his words were very unpleasant. The two nuns became more and more furious. Chapter 12:21. Shu Qing, your body is not bad. You can even withstand my soaring pole strike. TSK, when you were young, you practiced a lot. You are getting stronger as you get older. Wuxia King laughed and said, Jingyi, your move is not good. Your strength is too weak. Did Changsheng from the Dalan Temple teach you this? Oh no, it should be Changsheng who used it on you. Yes, it must be. That old monk always has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Of course he would be gentle with you. Good girl, you must have enjoyed it. But have the two of you tried the candles? It is very painful and ecstatic. Jing Yi was furious. She didn't need to transform the peach blossom whip in her hand to whip Wuxia King's face. The whip stirred up the wind and seemed to be able to tear the space apart. The Wuxia King flicked his trident and hit the top of the whip in a split second. A few peach blossoms on the tip of the whip were smashed. When the peach blossoms reappeared, their shadows were already dim. Jing Yi, did I hit the nail on the head? What are you afraid of? Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. Monks are also men. Oh right, you preach the incense cult and call yourself a nun. Could it be that you want to hook up with a monk from the Dalan Temple? Wuxia King damaged the peach blossom whip a little. He was pleased with himself and said with a lustful look in his eyes, Oh Shu Qing, how did Yuan Tian die? Others may not know, but I know very well. Didn't you suck him dry? Did Shu Jie snatch him from you? Lord Sakura of the Tenryu sect killed Shu Jie just as you wished. Didn't you want her dead for a long time? Go to hell. Shu Qing Nun had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard Wuxia King slandering the junior sister she had just lost, she couldn't help but feel angry. She waved the white flag and countless lotuses appeared. Under Shu Qing Nun's control, the lotuses turned into a flying sword and pierced toward Wuxia King's chest. The Wuxia King chuckled coldly and flew forward. He waved his trident and spat out black gas from his mouth. The black gas quickly fused with the trident. The two empty eyes on the ghost face turned into two beams of black light and shot straight at the flying sword. With a sizzling sound, the flying sword slowly melted into two halves. Then, the black gas on the tips of the trident grew stronger and gradually melted the remaining lotus flowers. Ouch! Yuxia King suddenly jumped up into the air as if his butt was on fire. Sure enough, there was a peach blossom whip under his butt. It was like a long spear, piercing his butt from bottom to top. Alas, it would have been better if the whip didn't hit him. Now that it hit him, Yuxia King started to drool. You bitch, you really want to kill me. I only told you a little about your relationship and you did this to me. I like women the most. I don't like women behind my back. Have you been fooled by the monks of the Dalan Temple too much? That's why you thought of doing the same thing? As a result, the faces of the two nuns looked as if they were dripping blood. They both shouted loudly. Although the shadow of the peach blossom whip dimmed, Nun Jing-yi still activated the little true qi in her body and directly lashed it at Yuxia King. Nun Shuqing also struggled to wave the plain cloud white flag. Ignoring the broken meridians in her body, she poured true qi into the flag as if it was free. The two nuns of the aroma cult were infuriated by Yuxia King's words. They injected the last of their genuine qi into their weapons. The peach blossoms on the peach blossom whip shone brilliantly, and the lotus blossoms on the plain cloud white flag shone brightly. Both weapons were launched at Yuxia King, who was holding his buttocks and leaping into the air. My goodness, you two still have energy left? I'm already exhausted. Although Yuxia said this, his body that was suspended in midair seemed to be dissatisfied. His short body shook and suddenly expanded. His body rose to a height of more than 3 inches. His ugly, pitch-black face suddenly elongated and his small eyes widened. He shouted loudly, "Ha!" and threw out the trident in his hand that had been accumulating power for a long time. When the three-pronged fork rushed out of Yuxia King's hand, it suddenly expanded just like Yuxia King. When it stabbed down with extreme speed, a pitch-black brilliance flashed and the shadow of another three-pronged fork appeared from the ghost face. The shadow of the three-pronged fork seemed to be solid as it whistled and rushed towards Nun Jing-yi while the main body of the three-pronged fork stabbed towards Nun Shuqing. With 2 loud rumbles, the three-pronged trident swayed and turned into wisps of black smoke, disappearing from the world. Yuxia King's expression changed. His body shrunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nun Jing-yi was in an even worse state. All of the peach blossoms on her peach blossom whip were annihilated, leaving only a soft silk ribbon floating in the air. There were countless bright peach blossoms imprinted on it. Nun Jing-yi's body flew backward, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her face was abnormally pale. At the same time, on Nun Shuqing's side, with a boom and a tearing sound, the lotus flowers around the Suiyun white flag completely dissipated. A large tear appeared on the flag's surface. Like Nun Jing-yi, Nun Shuqing fell to the ground. Although she didn't vomit blood, her face was even paler than Nun Jing-yi's. With the Suiyun white flag broken, Nun Shuqing's mind was injured. It was several times worse than Nun Jing-yi's. The three-pronged fork that collided with the white flag also shone brightly with black light. Then, it lost its luster and fell to the ground with a clang. It was no different from an ordinary copper rod. Yuxia King spat out another mouthful of blood. His thin body curled into a ball in the air. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't stand firm and fell from the sky as well. Yuxia King actually fought against 2 nuns from the incense cult. It had to be said that the Tenryu sect was indeed the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. There were only 5 heavenly kings from the sect: Sakura, Dragon King, Yuxia King, Azura Heavenly King, and Maharaga Heavenly King. Yet, they were able to fight against the immortal path experts from the incense cult and the Dalan Temple. If this sect was in the pugilistic world on a normal day, who would be qualified to compete with them? Speaking of which, Grandmaster Tongeng had heavily injured Sakura and he himself had also fallen onto the ground, powerless to chase after him. When he stood up with difficulty, other than the battle between Azura Heavenly King and Grandmaster Yuan Ming, which had no result for the time being, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. The two sects of Immortal Tao could be considered to have the upper hand. The disciples of the Misty School and the Incense Cult were heavily injured. However, they had also gained the most. All the disciples from the Tenryu sect had been killed on the spot. Master Tiangang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. At this moment, a five-colored light suddenly appeared in the eastern sky. Following the light, the surrounding thick black clouds were like boiling water, gradually rolling around the light. After a short while, a round clear sky appeared in the middle of the light. A blood-red sun peeked out from the round sky and gradually rose along the clear sky. At the same time, a shadow quickly swept over from the west side of the dense forest, coincidentally passing between two jujube trees at the edge of the dense forest. Then, the shadow quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. The multicolored light in the eastern sky flickered a few times before disappearing. Looking at the other side of the sky, it was once again filled with rolling dark clouds, completely covering the round clear sky from before. There was not even a trace of the morning sun. Quick! Master Tiangong's face lit up with joy. He forcefully channeled his magic power and flew to the front of the Misty School disciples. He waved his hand and threw a sheepskin scroll to Wenwenhai. He shouted, "Quick, follow the method you used last time and enter through these two jujube trees." Then, he pointed to the two jujube trees at the side and flew to the opposite side of Sakura. He looked at Sakura, who had just climbed up from the ground with blood flowing from his body. He waved his hand and the wheel of evolution that was floating in the air just now slowly flew back to the top of his head. When Wenhai took the sheepskin scroll and was slightly stunned. Then he understood and said loudly to Zhang Xiaohu, "Sect leader Zhang, quickly take out the sheepskin scroll and smear your blood on the back of it." Then he turned his head and shouted to Alliance Master Zhang San and Peacock of the Incense Cult, "Quick, take out your sheepskin scrolls and smear your blood on the back." Alliance Master Zhang San woke up and immediately stood up. He took out a sharp dagger from his bosom and walked over to the Righteous Alliance disciples who had died on the ground. He casually picked up a corpse and used the dagger to cut open the skin on the back of that person's head. He stretched out his hand and took out a small and thin oil bag. When he opened it, there was a sheepskin scroll inside. Sigh, it was hidden so well. Just as Alliance Master Zhang San said, if he did not do it himself, who would have thought that he would hide the sheepskin scroll in the back of an ordinary disciple's head? The incense cult was even simpler. Chen Chen raised her hand and took out a jade hairpin from her hair. She twisted off the phoenix head of the jade hairpin and pulled out the sheepskin scroll that had been rolled into a thin stick. The four people saw that the sheepskin scrolls were gathered and smeared their blood on the back of the sheepskin scroll. Sure enough, the sheepskin scroll gradually revealed writing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A figure flashed by, and before the four of them could react, their hands were empty. The four sheepskin scrolls were snatched by that person. Ah? Everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the person in midair. They were dumbfounded. At this moment, Sakura of the Tenryu sect was closely watched by Master Tiangang and could not take a single step. Maharaga was injured by Master Chongqing and had almost no strength to move. Yuxia King was injured by Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing and also fell to the ground. The Dragon King was injured by Master Yuandao's black light and was struggling to deal with Master Yuandao's demon subduing pestle. He also had to spare some magic power to prevent the black light from entering his heart meridian, so it was impossible for him to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had the upper hand, Azura King, was also entangled by Master Yuandao and would not have the chance to snatch the sheepskin scrolls. The only one who had a chance to come over was the sect master of Between the Clouds and the Water, Bai Yanqiu, who had been wandering around, looking for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The world was nothing more than this. Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1222. However, when everyone present was certain that the person who had the ability to snatch the 4 sheepskin scrolls was by Yanqiu of Aqua Cloud Club, when they saw the person who stopped in midair, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That was because the person standing in midair with a frown and looking down at her hand was none other than the purple-clothed dream. The dream that Zhang Xiaohua had been yearning for day and night. The dream of being the saintess of the Tenryu sect. By Yanqiu, whom everyone suspected, was standing in the distance in horror. He covered his mouth with one hand and stared blankly at Meng, who was in the air. Meng ignored everyone's astonished eyes and looked at the parchment scrolls from left to right while muttering, How could this be? Wasn't the jade slip used to enter and exit the dense forest destroyed? How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Where did this parchment come from? Meng's face lit up with a strange expression when she heard these questions. But in an instant, Meng raised her head and looked in a direction in the distance. She said with a smile, No matter where this parchment came from, I'll just destroy it. As she said this, she rubbed her hands and was about to destroy it when Chen, a disciple of the incense sect, called out, Junior Sister Zixia, wait. Meng was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at Chen. She smiled and said, Chen? Are you talking to me? Chen was stunned and said, Of course I'm talking to you, Zixia. Then he turned to look at Nun Jingyi and the others and said, Junior Sister Zixia, I know you're the saintess of the Tenryu sect and should work for the Tenryu sect, but you have to think about it. When you lost your memory, it was Master Jingxian of the incense sect who brought you back to the sect, accepted you as a disciple, taught you martial arts, and took good care of you. In the Valley of the Orchid at dusk, I also took care of you all the time and saved you from the herd of beasts. When Ren Xiaoyao broke into the incense sect with a sword, it was our sect master who helped you too. Even in the martial arts competition, you left as you wished and the sect master didn't say anything. Do you still remember? When you left Lingering Fragrance Peak, did you say anything? When we met, you even wanted me to call you Junior Sister Zixia. You said it yourself. I called you Junior Sister Zixia. Why didn't you agree? Haha, Jingxian. Do you think I want to preach the incense cult to you? If Jingxian hadn't done this out of the goodness of her heart, I wouldn't be like this right now. Before Dream could finish speaking, she suddenly frowned and muttered. Her eyes, which had been full of life, suddenly became hollow and painful. Dream screamed and fell down, rolling on the ground. Get out! Dream screamed and jumped up from the ground. She blinked and looked at everyone with a confused expression. Junior Sister Zixia? When Chen saw this, he suppressed his astonishment and said in a low voice. Senior Sister Chen, you're here too? Meng Yi stroked his messy hair and forced a smile. Chen rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Yes, we're here. Give me the sheepskin scroll in your hand. Sheepskin scroll? Dream naturally looked at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Sakura shouted from a distance, Destroy it quickly. This sheepskin scroll must be destroyed. This? Dream hesitated. At this moment, a surprised voice came from a distance, Dream. But this voice suddenly stopped. When everyone looked over, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua, who had disguised as Master Panin, was flying over from a distance. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was red and his mouth was open, as if he had screwed up. But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could hide anything, he was shocked by the tragic situation in the field. Then he suddenly looked up. When he saw that everyone in the Misty School was still alive and his second brother was only injured, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He did not care about what he said to Dream. After all, Panin did not know Dream, so he only took a deep look at Dream, turned around, and flew to Zhang Xiaohu's side. Zhang Xiaohua's appearance could be considered to have solidified the advantage of the 4 immortal sects. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Azura Heavenly King also put away the Azura sword and stood there steadily, quietly watching the development of the situation in the field. Master Zhang, are you okay? Is this what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dead bodies on the ground, looked at Bai Yanqiu who was a distance away, and then at the 5 heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect beside him. He was very confused. Master Panin? Peacock said calmly. The situation here is very complicated, I can't explain it in a short time. Please, the 4 sheepskin scrolls of the 4 immortal sects have been taken away by the Tenryu sects. Zixia. Master Pan, please hurry and get the scrolls back so that we can enter this secret place. If any of the scrolls are destroyed, our years of hope will go up in smoke. Zixia? She can take away the scrolls? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out. Why can't she? Peacock was stunned and asked back. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw that Dream was indeed holding the 4 scrolls in her hands. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and said in a low voice, Miss Zixia, please pass these 4 scrolls to I. I promise that no one will hurt you here. But a pensive look appeared in Dream's eyes as she calmly said, My heavenly dragon sect has suffered heavy casualties. The 5 heavenly kings are all injured. Can you guarantee that they won't fall? This. Zhang Xiaohua was hesitant. Zhang Xiaohua definitely had the right to decide the current situation, but he was representing the Misty School. If he let the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings go, the Misty School would stand on the side of the Tenryu sect and the 3 immortal sects would definitely go against the Misty School. But if he killed the Tenryu sect's heavenly kings, would Dream agree to it? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. He wanted to hear his second brother's opinion. Master Zhang, what should we do? Zhang Xiaohu knew about the relationship between Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. He was also helpless. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss and Peacock, Chen Chen and the rest wanted to persuade him, Dream's voice came from behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua, you're awake? But you can stop pretending. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Dream. The pain on Dream's face had just subsided and there was still sweat on his forehead. The panic in his eyes was replaced by a mocking look. Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain when Dream laughed again. I followed you all the way from Lingxiang Peak to the Dalan Temple to deliver the letter. We were then captured and brought to between the clouds and the water together. How could I not know what happened to you? I know better than anyone how many immortals there are in this world. Where would Master Pan and come from? But Zhang Xiao, guys, TSK, it's really good. Even I can't see through it. You're not Dream. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Where did Dream go? Who are you? Of course I'm not Dream. I'm the saint of the Tenryu sect. Dream sneered. Your face has been exposed. Why don't you quickly restore your flat nose and small eyes? Though, it's quite pleasing to the eye. It's much better than that little boy with white flower. Zhang Xiaohua's face was flushed red. He glanced sideways at Nun Jingyi, who was extremely shocked, and Master Changsheng. In the distance, Bai Yanqiu's eyes were wide open. She had never thought that there would be so many changes today. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and withdrew the genuine qi of the shape-shifting spell, revealing his original appearance. Ah? The others were not surprised, but Ya, who was facing Zhang Xiaohua, suddenly shouted hysterically, Xiaohua? Master Xiao? Why you here? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did the name Xiaohua sound so familiar? Then he realized that he seemed to have heard of it in Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses, Ya also came to his senses and he cursed loudly, Zhang Xiaohua, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you just had to disguise yourself as Xiaohua. Quickly return to your original form. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. This was his original appearance. However, after thinking for a while, he still reverted to his original flat nose and small eyes. When you saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he let out a long breath and scolded, In the future, you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you can't disguise yourself as him. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Xiaohua, who's that? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't ask. You'll never meet him. Ya frowned. Don't mention this name in the future. It's a dream. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually, but immediately realized that this was not a dream. She sneered, Yo, where's my dream? Where is she? Where's the dream? Isn't it right in front of you? I'm Ya, but you insist on calling me a dream. Then, of course, I'm a dream? Ya chuckled. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. She just shook her head. You're definitely not a dream. How is that possible? Ya took a step forward and pressed her lips against his. Have a taste. It tastes the same as before. How could I not be dreaming? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and stepped back. Seeing this, Ya laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the sheepskin scroll in Ya's hand and said, Then, why don't you give me the sheepskin scroll first? Give it to you? Why should I give it to you? Ya giggled and moved his body forward. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have been happy to see her dream like this. She would have hugged Meng's waist without saying anything. But now, there was a gap in her heart. She leaned her body slightly and dodged. Ya covered his mouth and chuckled. Look at you. It's not like you haven't hugged me at night. Why are you shy now? What's your relationship with Meng? Zhang Xiaohua was sure that Ya, who looked exactly like Meng, was definitely not Meng. Ya knew everything about her and Meng. Didn't I say it? I'm talking about Meng. Ya smiled and the dimple on her right cheek was deep. Wasn't it Meng's appearance? Seeing that Ya was a little distracted, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and flew over to snatch the sheepskin scroll in Ya's hand. With Zhang Xiaohua's current skills, everyone present might not be her opponent. Even if this sheepskin scroll was in Di Shitian's hands, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be snatched away by Zhang Xiaohua. But Meng raised his hand slightly and his entire arm was like an illusion. Zhang Xiaohua's hand grabbed nothing. Oh, my little husband, why are you so anxious? This servant originally wanted to spend a lifetime with you, but your way of doing things is breaking this servant's heart. Ya smiled tenderly. She did not seem angry at all. With a rub of her hands, the 4 sheepskin scrolls turned into ashes and disappeared. The seniors of the 4 immortal sects saw that the sheepskin scrolls were destroyed and their spirits were gone. They all fell to the ground limp. Why did you destroy it? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked angrily. Why can't this servant destroy it? This servant has already destroyed one before. What's wrong with destroying another one? Ya smiled. Already destroyed one? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She didn't think that there was another sheepskin scroll in the pugilistic world that could be used to enter the forest. Zixia, let me ask you. Just now you said that Martial Uncle Jing Xian had good intentions but did something bad. What's going on? Don't tell me. Peacock asked. Little Peacock? Do you want to know? You looked at Peacock with disdain and smiled. It's fine if Jing Xian went to look for treasures. Why did she bring this seat to Lingering Fragrance Peak for no reason? She delayed this seat's cultivation for a few years for no reason. Killing her with one palm is considered a bargain for her. What? Treasured? You killed her? Zhang Xiaohua looked at her familiar face in disbelief. But can't I? This seat was cultivating when she took me to Lingering Fragrance Sect. Even this seat couldn't break the sect's protection array. If it wasn't for the demon core in Yulon Grand Canyon, this seat, Ya said with a cold smile. Before she finished, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again and suddenly realized something. He pointed at Ya and said, You cut Xiao Hei's mother into 2 and took away the demon core in her stomach? That's right. Little Lang Jun. You actually went to that mountain? This seat thought that only little Chunshin and I were there. You didn't hide anything. Zixia, the beast tied in Yulon Grand Canyon. Was it you who provoked it? Chunshin asked in disbelief. It's me. Alas, I'm sorry. My cultivation was still shallow that day. I didn't expect that I would provoke another little thing. Yes smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, However, I won't do it again from now on. My husband, even though I haven't fully recovered my cultivation, it won't be a problem for me to deal with little Martin. I have to thank you for this. But Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned. He really couldn't figure out the relationship between Ya and Meng. Could it be that they were twins? He had never heard Meng mention it. Of course, who should I thank if not you? With that, Ya raised her right hand, revealing the dark ring on her right ring finger. She smiled and said, if it wasn't for little Lang Jun giving this storage ring to me, how could I find the long-lost cultivation method of the devil cult in this ring? This is a storage. What kind of ring? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What? Why can't my divine sense detect it? Little Lang Jun, you are a cultivator. Of course, you can't use things from the devil realm. What's so strange about that? Yu was still smiling and raised her hand. This storage ring is a good thing even in the cultivation world and the devil realm. I didn't expect little Lang Jun's luck to be so good. I have never found such a wonderful thing here. Alas, it's a pity that there is only the lower part of the cultivation method in this ring. There is no basic incantation for the upper part. I have to think about it. Yu sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the black jade slip he found with the ring in his money bag. Suddenly, Yu's face twisted, as if she was in extreme pain. She stopped Zhang Xiaohua from saying what she wanted to say. Looking at Yu's painful face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. Yu's eyes were full of vigor, then emptiness, and then color returned. When she came to her senses, she saw Zhang Xiaohua and said in surprise, Xiaohua, you're here too? Then she looked around, covered her mouth, and whispered, Ren Xiaohui, you're here too? But then, before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she closed her eyes again. After a while, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of pain and tears. Xiaohua. Meng Yi was not as arrogant as before. She said in a low voice, I don't know how to tell you. Are you a dream? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward, but she stopped after taking a step forward and asked tentatively. Of course I'm a dream. Tears flowed out from Meng Yi's eyes. She cried and said, but I'm going to disappoint you. Similarly, I am also Ya. Ah? Not only Zhang Xiaohua, everyone present, except for Di Shitian, had a face full of surprise. Azura Heavenly King leaped and was about to rush over. Stand there. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. Dream-chasing sword flew over and turned into 64 small swords, blocking in front of Azura. If you take another step forward, I will take your life immediately. Azura looked at the flashing swords in front of him and was extremely shocked. He looked at Di Shitian who was sitting on the ground not far away. Di Shitian seemed to have a card up his sleeve and nodded slightly. Azura then sat down. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. The 64 flying swords turned into a rod and flew to her side like a fish. She didn't care about Azura at all and only asked with concern, Meng Yi, what about ya? Why are you her? Xiaohua, it's a long story. I also just fused with Ya's memories and only then did I know some of the secrets. Meng Yi said with tears flowing down her face. Fused with memories? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, not knowing what to do. Xiaohua, do you still remember what I told you on Lingxiang Peak? I often dream that I kill people and my hands are full of blood. And I remember, that is not a dream, it's real. Meng said bleakly, there are two consciousnesses in my body, or rather, there are two people. During the day, I am your Meng. After midnight, I will go to sleep. The other person is Ya. She will wake up. I don't know what she has done, but she will know what I have done. When the sun rises, I will wake up again, but Ya will be asleep. Ah, there's actually such a thing? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. But, it's daytime now, it should be you. Why did you come out? Isn't it because of the ring you gave me? That day when I saw the ring in your hand, I felt that I liked it. I don't know the reason, but Kia knows. She found a cultivation technique in the ring, and after cultivating, her cultivation has improved greatly. Has already begun to gradually devour my consciousness, so, she can also appear during the day, and at the same time she devoured me. I also learned of her secret. When she devours my consciousness, this dream will disappear. It will become Ya or the Meng Yi you mentioned. Then, you won't be you anymore? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. How can I help you? No, you can't help at all. Meng Yi shook her head sadly. Then she murmured with pain on her face, "Shall I? I have to go back?" Then Meng Yi's eyes flashed with a scarlet brilliance. There was no trace of pain on her face. Her face changed into another expression, just that. This expression was more ferocious than before. Ye woke up, looked around and sighed. "Sigh, Meng Yi, just obediently follow me. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? It seems that I still need more food." Before Ye finished her words, her whole body floated up and flew directly to Master Tiangang, who was closest to her. Master Tiangang saw this and frowned. He waved his hand and the wheel of Yen Fan spun and rushed towards Ye's waist. "Meng, be careful," Zhang Xiaohua blurted out, then she covered her mouth. She knew that she said something wrong. However, he didn't understand why Ye suddenly left. Perhaps she had something to do with Master Tiangang? "Don't worry, little husband, nothing will happen." When the wheel of Yen Fan flew to her side, Ye didn't forget to turn her head back and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Just as he lowered his head, the wheel of Yen Fan hit Ye's hand. However, something strange happened. The wheel of Yen Fan seemed to have seen the person closest to it. With a buzzing sound, it only rotated slowly on Ye's hand and didn't make any attack. Everyone was horrified, including Sakura. "You demoness!" Master Tiangang reluctantly rose up and attacked Ye with both hands in his sleeves. Seeing that Ye didn't move at all, Sakura became anxious and shouted, "Lord, be careful!" "Lord?" Before everyone came to their senses, Ye's hand stretched out slightly and grabbed Master Tiangang's head. Master Tiangang didn't even move and let Ye do as she wished. With a cracking sound, Master Tiangang's head split open and blood dripped down to the ground. What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. His impression of Master Tiangang wasn't bad. With a push of his divine sense, Chasing Dream turned into sword light and lingered around Ye. "Ayaya, little husband? Are you going to fight with me?" Ye laughed. "If you want to eat, just ask Sakura for it. Why do you have to kill people?" Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. "Little husband, this Dalan Temple's monk, is this servant's food?" Ye looked innocent. "How is that possible?" Everyone was horrified. At this moment, black gas rose from the ground and dripped along Master Tiangang's blood. In just a moment, Master Tiangang turned into a dry corpse. Then, a strange scene stunned Zhang Xiaohua. Black and red flames were emitted from Ye's hand, and Master Tiangang's corpse was immediately set ablaze. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it was reduced to ashes, leaving behind over 10 sparkling and translucent Buddhist relics on the ground. Ye waved his hand, and over 10 tiny relics appeared in his hand. He took a look at them, shook his head and sighed. How did the monks of Dalan Temple cultivate? It's really getting worse with each generation. As he said, he opened his mouth and poured all the relics into his mouth. Ye's teeth made a crunching sound as he chewed the relics and swallowed them into his stomach. Seeing everyone's stunned look, Ye didn't have enough and looked at Master Yuandao as if Master Yuandao was a delicious meal. Who are you?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Not far away, another voice said in unison. When everyone looked, it was the Dalan Temple's abbot, Master Changxing. Master Changxing stood up and walked in front of Ye. He put his palms together and said, "Almsgiver, who are you?" "What? Did you say that my Dalan Temple is your food?" "Ha," Ye laughed. "Little monk, you're really brave. Since you asked, I'll tell you." "Little monk Changxing, what do you think is the difference between your Dalan Temple's relics and my Tenryu sect's bones?" Master Changxing had just fought with Maharaga and witnessed his white bone whip turning into bones. Now that he heard it, he felt that there was no essential difference between the two except that their attributes were completely opposite. "Are they the same?" Ye smiled. "Then look again. What's the difference between your relics and the inner elixirs of demonic beasts?" Master Changxing was speechless again. Zhang Xiaohua also understood. No wonder when she heard the great Master Changgang talk about relics, the first thing she thought of was the inner elixir. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Buddha's space. Also, Don't you think that the 8 divine dragons in the Buddhist scriptures are very similar to the 8 heavenly kings of my Tenryu sect? Of course, some of the Buddha statues in the Dalan temple were very similar to some of the heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect. This had always been suspected by many people, but after all, the Dalan temple's Buddhist light was the nemesis of the Tenryu sect. No one thought that the Tenryu sect had anything to do with the Dalan temple. Do you understand? You Dalan temple recite Buddhist scriptures and practice Buddhist techniques. The only purpose is to be my food. When I founded your Dalan temple, I wanted to raise a flock of sheep for myself. When I need relics, you can deliver them to me. Everyone was shocked. Who is this ya? Hee little Langjun? Are you scared? This servant is the real Sakura, and this Dalan temple is nothing but this servant's kitchen. Amitba, good. Master Changsheng chanted the name of Buddha and shook his head slightly. Don't call me Amitba. I just took it from the Buddhist sect for temporary use. Ya smiled. Although all the techniques of your Dalan temple can restrain the Tenryu sect, the foundation is the techniques of the demon realm. Therefore, in my hands, you don't have the slightest ability to fight back. Who? Our Master Xian Kong? Not far away, Master Yuan Dao still didn't believe it. Master Xian Kong is a man. How can you be? Hee, little monk, I am from Xian Kong. The Dalan temple was created by me, and so was the Guiyuan Tower. Every 100 years, I have to go to the Guiyuan Tower to eat. You laughed. Every 100 years? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. How old are you? Before you could answer, Master Longevity laughed and said, I've always laughed at Wuxia, saying that he didn't understand Dharma and didn't cultivate the true scriptures. Now it seems that they are the only ones who cultivate the true Buddha, while we are just animals in the shed, food for human flesh. Forget it. Now I know that everything is empty. Now I know that sex is really empty. As he spoke, his figure suddenly rose. In a flash, the demon-slaying sword in his hand stabbed toward Ya. Ya chuckled softly. He nimbly snatched the demon extermination sword and stabbed it into Grandmaster Longevity's abdomen. A stream of blood flowed out, splashing onto Ya's face. Coupled with Ya's sinister smile, it looked extremely terrifying. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was shocked. Wasn't it what she saw in the river of karma? In the river of karma, the Lady Aya that Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not Lady Aya. It was actually Ya? Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ya. At this time, Master Changsheng's blood had flowed into the ground. A wisp of black fire was born from Ya's hand, burning Master Changsheng's corpse. You are Ya, then? The Lady Aya that I went to find with you earlier? Who is she? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Sigh, little husband, you are really smart all your life, but stupid this time. Lady Aya is of course my mother. You smiled as if it was a matter of course. But aren't you Sakura? Or the founder of the Dalan temple, Master Shenko? How can Lady Aya be your mother? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Also, I accompanied you to find your origins. Lady Jiao, Sikong and Granny Chiu. Where did they go? When I went back again, why couldn't I find that place? Hee, little husband, you are really considerate. You actually went there again. Since little husband wants to know, then I will explain it to you clearly. You smiled charmingly. She looked at the corpse that was burning at her feet and said, actually, that small mountain village didn't exist at all. It never existed. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then she heard you say, actually, when little monk Chang Gung told you about my appearance, I knew that maybe you would find out that I was the saintess of the Tenryu sect. But, at that time, I didn't have a good foundation for the demonic arts and didn't want to leave Lingxiang Peak, so, you notified the Tenryu sect? You asked them to kill the whole family in Isha town and the small mountain village in Baiquan Mountain in advance? Zhang Xiaohua said indignantly. Oh, little husband, you guessed wrong. You smiled. At this time, Master Changsheng had been burned to ashes, and there were more than 10 relics on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's face relaxed and said, Then who is it? Nonsense, of course it's me. Ya waved her hand and more than 10 relics appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "The disciples of the Tenryu sect just came to find you after hearing the news. I didn't want to attract your attention." You? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ya in a daze. Yes, this was definitely not a dream in her heart. You go to sleep at midnight. How would you know what happened at night? Ya said disdainfully. What about Dragon Mountain? Why didn't you do anything? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Nonsense again. You've already arrived at Serpent Mountain and coincidentally met Chu Zhigao. Even if I killed his mother, wouldn't you be even more suspicious? Besides, you slept at the entrance of the cave that night and even set up a restriction on the cave. How could I bear to break your heart to protect me? What about the small mountain village? It really doesn't exist? Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe. Of course. I had no choice but to inform the disciples of the Tenryu sect and let them set up a temporary trap on the top of the mountain next to Poyang town. Fortunately, I met you there that day. Jingxian is already dead. Who would know where I am? It's just that. Those disciples are too stupid. They don't even look like villagers. There was no movement at night. Did you find some clues and went back to check? You said hatefully. Also, there was no corpse in the tomb at the top of the mountain. If you really used your divine sense to check, wouldn't you make me think again? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized why she felt that the small mountain village was a little strange that night. When she was in the Guizhuang house, other than the chirping of insects, there was also the sound of teeth grinding, babbling, crying, and even moaning. But, in the small mountain village, other than the sound of the wind, there was nothing else. They were all disciples of the Tenryu sect. They were conscientiously carrying out the orders of the saintess. Who dared to sleep? Who dared to do anything else? As for the tomb, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't use his divine sense to check it. Even the second time, he used his divine sense to check if it was a tomb. Why did you appear at the ferry outside Poyang town? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out the reason. Looking at Ya chewing on Master Changsheng's relic, he didn't know whether he should kill her or not. He couldn't bring himself to kill her. Meng didn't appear at the ferry. Perhaps he wouldn't have met her and wouldn't have started this unforgettable love. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, how would this servant know? Ya spread out her hands and answered unexpectedly, that's because this servant really doesn't have any memories. I also don't know why I was met by Jingxian. As for why I went to the ferry, young master, didn't you find the treasure Jingxian was looking for? Then, as if she thought of something, she turned to Sakura and asked, Sakura, why do you think this lord got lost from the Tenryu sect? When Sakura heard this, he replied respectfully, reporting to Lord, that period of time was the day of Lord's return. Lord should have been recuperating in Heavenly Dragon sect, but I don't know why. Lord suddenly disappeared from the hall. At that time, this servant was scared to death. I sent a lot of people but couldn't find you. However, at this point, Sakura looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. However, this servant understands now. He must have gone to look for the next Sakura of the Tenryu sect. Ha, you giggled. She covered her mouth and said, that's right. The heavens have given me this fate. I met you at the ferry. Since then, I've benefited greatly from your great fortune. So, I've been able to get a lot of benefits. If it wasn't for young master, how could this servant obtain the demonic scripture? If it wasn't for this demonic scripture, how could this servant find the method to refine the demonic flag? If I couldn't refine the demonic flag, this servant could only be trapped here until death. But with young master, all of these things became possible. Young master, do you think you and this servant are destined to be married by the heavens? If we can't help each other in difficult times and treat each other with respect, how can we face the heavens? While she was talking, Ya's body suddenly flashed with a red light. At the same time, the ground started to shake and rumble. A look of surprise flashed across Ya's face. She pointed her finger and a wisp of black gas separated from her finger and seeped into the ground. Zhang Xiaohua only saw darkness in front of her eyes. A pitch-black flag flew out from the ground. It was the demonic flag that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Buddha's space. At this moment, the surface of the demonic flag was no longer pitch-black. Instead, there were many blood vessels. The blood vessels were densely connected together. Moreover, the blood vessels seemed to be suspended on the surface of the flag. Under the sunlight, they were shining with scarlet brilliance. It looks very familiar, right, young master? Ye pointed at the demonic flag. The demonic flag flew up and wrapped around Ye's curvaceous body, covering her purple robe. I really can't imagine. Where did you get such great luck from? I used the demonic flag to suppress the 9th grade lotus platform that I couldn't use under the demonic flag. I used the Buddhist power of the 9th grade lotus platform to provide the Buddhist light to the tower. Yet, you actually took drastic measures and took away the 9th grade lotus platform. If it weren't for the fact that I can no longer use the tower in the future, the tower would no longer have the Buddhist light. Ye said with a smile. Then he turned to Master Yuan Dao and said, "Little monk, I am the great Taoist Master Xian Kong. You have to believe me." A month ago, I took this demonic flag from the Origin Returning Tower. I even made the Origin Returning Tower emit Buddhist light. Yes, this is the Origin Returning Tribulation that I mentioned. Aren't all of you here to face the tribulation? Hee, little monk, do you know now? What is the real Origin Returning Tribulation? With that, Ye waved her sleeve and a scarlet light hit Master Yuan Dao. Master Yuan Dao immediately began to wither like a tree branch that had lost its moisture. And you all, Ye laughed wildly. Several red lights shot out. Master Chang Xing and Master Yuan Ming couldn't dodge in time and began to wither. Stop! Zhang Xiaohua shouted, wanting to stop Ye. Ye looked at him with a smile and asked curiously, "Little husband, these are all my pets. Why do you want me to stop?" Then she waved her hand again. Alliance Master Zhang San, who had been standing at the side with his mouth agape, involuntarily flew into Ye's hand. "What are you doing?" Alliance Master Zhang San shouted in horror. "What am I doing? What else can I do?" Ye continued to smile and said, "I used some demonic kung fu in XNG Town's Ma family. It's exactly the same as the Dalan Temple. Since you've cultivated it, of course you'll end up like the monks of the Dalan Temple, right?" Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, all the blood in his body was drawn out by Ye. Chapter 12:23. Master Zhang San's blood turned into a red bead the size of a fist and spun around in the air. Ye opened her mouth and the blood bead was sucked into her mouth. Master Zhang San turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Then, Ye looked at the people from the Misty School. "How dare you?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to delay any longer. He reached out his hand and the lotus throne appeared in the air. He pointed his finger and the lotus throne emitted a rainbow light that covered Zhang Xiaohu, Peacock, and Chin Chin. Ye covered her mouth and laughed. "Little husband, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaohu is your second brother. Why would I hurt him? Besides, their cultivation is far from enough. Their blood can only be used to refine the demon flag. There are many people like that in the martial arts world. I have no reason to make you unhappy." Then she waved her sleeve and 2 rays of red light shot out towards Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing. "Stop it!" Zhang Xiaohua was furious. The dream-chasing sword flew out again and turned into 64 rays of light that shot towards Ye. "Oh, little husband, you are so cruel. How dare you attack me? You wronged me for loving you so much." Ye smiled and did not retract the red light. It was as if the rays of light could not hurt her at all. Sure enough, when the 64 rays of light hit Ye's body, the demon flag's clothes shook slightly and countless black gas blocked the rays of light. "Little husband, do you know why I have been talking to you so patiently? Why I have been answering your questions?" Ye smiled brightly. "You attacked me as soon as you arrived. I'm tired of dealing with you." "Well, it's not just you. Look, I've been attacking the monks of the Dalan Temple since the beginning. Why didn't I attack the people of the cult of fragrance? That's because the monks of the Dalan temple are pigs. No matter how high their cultivation is, they are no match for me. As for you Mingxin's disciple, I still have to think about it. I can only wait until the first layer of the demonic flag is successfully refined before I can make a move. Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. This devilish flag is far too difficult to refine. There was so much blood at the foot of Yao Mountain, as well as the quintessence blood of so many experts from the Tao of Immortals, but I've only just reached the first level. Only after reaching the first level can I dare to stand tall and face you directly. Do you know how nervous I was in front of you just now? You. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She gritted her teeth. But don't be afraid, my husband. I'm sincere to you and your family. In the future, this world will belong to the two of us. Let's build your Beidou school into a first-class school. We'll let the Tenryu sect, the Incense sect, and the Misty school become our Beidou school's puppets. What do you think? While Ye was talking to Zhang Xiaohua, the other two red lights had already killed the heavily injured Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. Their quintessence blood had also been sucked out by Ye. Zhang Xiaohua looked on, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ye's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and closed her eyes. Her body fell from the sky. When she regained her balance, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with pain. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, I'm Meng. Meng. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. She looked at the familiar eyes. Yes, I have to go. Xiaohua, Ye's consciousness is getting stronger. I'm destined to be devoured by her. And the more I'm devoured by Ye, the more I thought. Meng cried. I really love you. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I know you love me. Xiaohua, you don't understand. Meng panicked. Meng said anxiously, Xiaohua, I don't have much time. You have to hear that what you said just now was true. But what she said to you were all lies. She didn't kill you because she wanted to keep you captive. When your cultivation is high, she will absorb your quintessence blood. Also, she needs to refine this demonic flag 9 times. Not only does she want to raise her cultivation, but she also wants to use it to break open space and return to the ruins. Refining one level of the demonic flag used so many people's blood and lives. Every time the demonic flag is refined, the amount of quintessence blood used is 9 times that of the previous level. Xiaohua, you have to calculate how many people's blood is needed to refine this demonic flag successfully. Even if you kill the entire pugilistic world and the entire human world, it won't be enough. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, the entire human world would become hell. Quick, Xiaohua, before Ye is stopped by me, you kill me. Meng said and wanted to take down the demonic flag. But, no matter how hard she tried, the demonic flag didn't move. Meng was about to cry. She shouted, Xiaohua, use the flying sword, use chasing dream. Let chasing dream become killing dream. Zhang Xiaohua was in tears as well. Chasing dream could not get close no matter how many times he tried. Meng, how can I bear to let you go? How can I kill you with my own hands? Is there no other way? Zhang Xiaohua's voice was hoarse. Meng smiled bitterly when she saw that chasing dream didn't move forward. She shook her head and said, Xiao, you are wrong. You don't love me at all. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. Meng, what nonsense are you saying? How can I not love you? It's true. It's not your heart that loves me, and it's not my heart that loves you. It's the heart-binding curse that you used that's causing trouble. You used the heart-binding curse to bind our hearts together. Meng smiled bitterly and cried. Heart-binding curse? Zhang Xiaohua was dazed and didn't know how to answer. Xiao, do you think we only met once outside Poyang town and it'll be engraved in our hearts forever? Can you think about it every day and night? Can you not eat or drink? Meng said while crying. Why not? Meng, I've always treated you like this. And sometimes when I think about you, my heart aches and I feel happy. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Meng's eyes lit up and she said happily, I feel the same. But then she shook her head and said, But we were trapped by Ye using the heart-binding curse. This is all Ye's doing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand, Meng wiped her tears and said, In fact, as early as, when you came here, she first established the Tenryu sect. She called herself Sakura and trained a few heavenly kings. In order to increase her power, Ye established the Dalan Temple. She combined the kung fu of the devil world with some exercises she got from the Buddhism sect and formed the Dalan Temple. On the surface, the exercises of the Dalan Temple were Buddhism sect's exercises, but the foundation was the exercises of the devil cult. All the monks of the Dalan Temple had succeeded in practicing them. After they passed away, their relics became elixirs for Ye to increase her power. Later, when Ye was fighting with Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoye for an extremely rare thing, she was seriously injured by the three of them. When Ye hid in the Guiyuan Tower of the Dalan Temple to heal herself, she accidentally found a kind of mantra of the Buddhism sect. Xiaohua, you also know that the monks of the Dalan Temple abstain from sex. The reason why they abstain from sex is because of this mantra. And this mantra was unintentionally copied from the Buddhism sect. Ye comprehended this mantra and combined it with some kind of secret method of the devil cult. Ye found a way to live forever. Live forever. Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, live forever. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Didn't you see me? How many years have I lived? Zhang Xiaohua nodded blankly. Meng sighed and continued, Ye's method was to find a man and according to the mantra, cast the heart unite mantra in the hearts of Ye and this man. Then Ye and this man fell in love and got married. This man was the second generation Sakura apart from Ye. Then, Ye and Sakura gave birth to a daughter, which was the first generation saintess. This saintess was an independent person, but because Ye and Sakura had the heart unite mantra, this saintess had the seed of Ye's consciousness in her consciousness. When the saintess was 6 years old, according to the secret method, Ye quietly died. Once Ye died, her seed in the saintess consciousness began to germinate. At that time, the saintess consciousness began to become chaotic. After a few months or years, Ye's consciousness grew up and swallowed the saintess consciousness. This saintess then became Ye. At this time, Ye wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She should spend most of her time in the Tenryu sect. Ye would go to the Dalan Temple's Guiyuan Tower and swallow the relics in the Guiyuan Tower to increase her power. When Ye's power was successful and reached a certain age, Ye would go to the pugilistic world to find another man and cast the Heart Unite mantra again to let herself and another man fall in love and fall in love. Like this, the saintess of the Tenryu sect will always be Ye. Do you understand? Xiaohua, this is what the Tenryu sect passed down. The child of Sakura and the saintess must be a girl. First there was the saintess, then there was Sakura, then there was Sakura, then there were the 8 heavenly kings. This was how they came to be. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes again and said while crying, And I am this generation's saintess, which is also the reincarnated Ye. Xiao, you are the man that Ye will choose from the pugilistic world in this life. You are destined to fall in love with Ye and help each other in difficult times. You are destined to be this generation's Sakura, your daughter, the next generation's saintess, and also the next generation's Ye's reincarnation. This matter should have been done after you became an adult, but I don't know why she actually did it when she met you at the ferry. Perhaps it's because you look very similar to that immortal Xiaohua, and Ye was extremely afraid of this immortal Xiaohua, so when she met you at the ferry, she felt that you were her biggest threat at the first moment and cast her most powerful Heart Unite mantra on you. Meng seemed to be recalling something and said, This is also the only reason why you fell in love with me. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as she listened. Her eyes were at a loss and she didn't know how to answer. She had never thought that her painstakingly engraved love for Meng was just a method that she used to play with the human world, a method for her to live forever. So, Xiaohua, I don't have the qualifications to talk about love with you. Our love is really a kind of absurdity. Meng cried with tears in her eyes. However, according to Ya's memory, it seems she found another method from the ring you gave her. Perhaps in the future, your daughter won't have this kind of tragedy again. But it definitely won't. She wants to swallow you. Speaking up to here, Meng's eyes turned blood red and her face turned cold. Her tone changed again. Humph, what kind of storm does a little consciousness want to cause? I don't know how many of these little things I've swallowed. She then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said coldly, since you already know, I won't say anything more. Although I've found a way to live forever without reincarnation, I can't guarantee that this method will be completely useful. So, as the man of this generation who was implanted with the heart-binding curse with me, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't abandon you. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with determination. She stared at Ya and said coldly, your method is the demon flag? Yes, it's the demon flag. It's a method to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. If it succeeds, not to mention me, even you, I can guarantee that you'll live forever. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it. This kind of longevity, it's better not to have it. What a big tone. Ya laughed maniacally. I've been struggling at death's door since tens of thousands of years ago. I've reared the Dalan temple in captivity, released the techniques of the demon realm, and searched for the saintess and Sakra. Isn't everything I've done for the sake of longevity? How long have you lived? How do you know the wonders of longevity? Humph, humph, as the ancient people said, if you can understand the true meaning of life, if two people have truly loved each other, even if you only live for a day, it's enough. If you don't understand why you live, don't know what love is, and only treat love as a tool to prolong your feeble existence, then, even if you've lived for tens of thousands of years, what's the use of living until you're as old as heaven and earth? Ya laughed maniacally again. You're just a little human, but you're just my food. You actually want to talk about love with me? What is love? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. You're just despicable creatures, and your emotions are even more despicable. And the love you speak of is fake, it doesn't even exist. It's just one of my techniques. You actually treat it as real? I saw that little thing tossing and turning over there. It's really stubborn. It actually doesn't want to be devoured by me. Then he pointed at Peacock, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest and said, I know, Yu Mingxin from the incense cult and Yang Haoya from the Misty School, they should have been able to cultivate successfully, but they were delayed by this so-called love. Both of their Tao foundations were damaged. One of them was wallowing in self-pity beside the sorrowless lake, while the other came to the Dalan temple to look for me, Sakra from the demon realm, to find a way to cut off their love. What happened to them in the end? One was suppressed under the frowning tower by me, never to be reincarnated, while the other died on the misty peak, never to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But after all, they've loved before. Zhang Xiaohua was enraged. She moved her divine sense and a few sword lights pierced towards Ya, aiming at Ya's head which was not covered by the demonic flag. You're finally willing to do it. Ya laughed. If you kill me, you'll never see your dream again. The small sword was like lightning, piercing Ya's face. But just as the flying sword touched Ya's face, the demonic flag quietly extended upwards, covering Ya's entire face, blocking the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to succeed so easily. She reached out her hand and wanted to take out the Hao Tian mirror at the same time, but the Hao Tian mirror was connected to the other 9 instruments. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and could not take it out. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Sangharama plate. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the Sangharama plate, Peacock gritted her teeth. She did not know what to feel. Although she had guessed that Great Elder Jing Gang was killed by Zhang Xiaohua, she did not want to admit it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less. He held the Sangharama plate in his hand and formed a seal with his right hand. True energy shot out from his fingertips and he pointed at the plate. A ball of light blue light emerged from the Sangharama plate, and the sound of surging waves could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and pointed his finger. The ball of light was like a pillar of water, heading straight for Ya's head. "Huh," Ya laughed. "You're just a cultivator in the qi refining stage, what can you do? This little bit of congenital water is not even enough to wash my feet." As expected, Ya did not move at all. When the innate water that was as heavy as a mountain fell, he only waved his sleeve. A faint black gas was produced from the demonic flag and turned into a faint black lotus. It was supported by the faint blue brilliance. Although the water was turbulent, it could not smash down no matter what. Next, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out the dragon binding hoop and tossed it into the air. The dragon binding hoop grew in the wind, and flames appeared around it. It turned into a hoop that was about 1 zhang wide, and it covered Ya's head. "These are just some toys that I used to play with." There was a faint smile on Ya's face. He did not activate the demonic flag and only pointed his hand in the air. A red light flashed and hit the dragon binding hoop. With a kung sound, the light on the dragon binding hoop was extinguished, and the flames were extinguished. With a sound, Ya fell from the air. "Mph," Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. She took out 2 purple phoenix hairpins, 1 in each hand, and channeled all her true qi into the 2 hairpins. Kacha, kacha, 2 thunderous sounds came from the 2 hairpins. In an instant, 2 bolts of lightning were emitted from the 2 hairpins. These 2 bolts of lightning were different. The one in the left hand had a golden glow, and the one in the right hand had a white glow. The 2 bolts of lightning flew out of the purple phoenix hairpins, and immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surrounding air. They kept expanding. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew closer, countless tiny bolts of lightning were formed between the 2 bolts of lightning. When they reached Ya's head, they had already turned into a net of lightning. This purple phoenix hairpin is the token of love between Yuming Xian and Yang Haoya. How could I not have seen it before? If the 2 of them were to use it, I might be a little afraid. Although you have tried your best, your cultivation is too weak. The purple phoenix hairpin's power is like the light of a firefly. When you saw this, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He just casually flicked his finger, and another red brilliance hit the center of the electric net. Boom! Countless thunderbolts were quickly annihilated under the red brilliance. In just a breath's time, they were completely annihilated. There was still a small wisp of the red light. It did not stop there, and it went straight for the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately put away the purple phoenix hairpin. She reached out and took out another item. It was the small seal that she had obtained earlier. Zhang Xiaohua threw the small seal into the sky. The seal immediately expanded and turned into a huge rock, smashing down on Ya's head. "Ha, little lover, I'm afraid you don't have anything good in your hands." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua throw out the small seal, Ya almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger, and the seal immediately spun in the air and fell from the sky. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of things in her hands. Before the small seal fell, she took out another item. It was the so-called Tree of 7 Wonders. Hee, little lover, you have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, this Tree of 7 Wonders belongs to the Buddhist sect. Can you control it? You sneered. Bang! The crimson light hit the wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures. Zhang Xiao's hand trembled, and then his chest trembled. He didn't know how you did it. She could no longer control her body. The Tree of 7 Wonders in her hand fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Zhang Xiao's body was in midair. Her blood was boiling in her chest, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. When she landed beside the lotus throne, she could only calm her blood. A small stream of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaohua! Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua vomiting blood. He panicked and shouted. Peacock and Chen saw that there were traces of golden blood on Zhang Xiaohua's body, and they were shocked. How is it? You laughed maniacally. With the demon flag, even though I have less than 30% of my previous cultivation, but here, there is no match for me. As he spoke, a condensed divine sense was sent out from Ya. It swept towards Zhang Xiaohua fiercely. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The divine sense was extremely dense and heavy. Her divine sense was similar to Ya's. She was just an infant boy who did not know how to walk. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dreamlike face. No, it was a dream. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and reached into her clothes again. She could not control the Hao Tian mirror just now. It should be because of the 10 magical items in the pouch. But now, other than the Hao Tian mirror, Zhang Xiaohua only had a few pearls and a few gourds. She did not know how to use them. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was unwilling to appear. It was heavy in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Ah? Kunlun mirror. When you saw the Hao Tian mirror, his eyeballs almost fell out. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief and said, "You? When did you see Xiaohua? Is he here too?" As he spoke, his eyes didn't stop looking around. His divine sense also spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give her time to think. Although he hadn't mastered the first level of the clear sky mirror, and the clear sky mirror didn't listen to him, he still poured his vital energy into the clear sky mirror as if it didn't cost him anything. The clear sky mirror started to glow faintly after receiving his vital energy, and its surface started to blur. He looked around and didn't see any enlightened Master Xiaohua. Only then did he feel relieved. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's method of injecting his Junqi into the clear sky mirror. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Young master, you must have never seen Xiaohua before. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror is not something that a qi refining stage kid like you can control." But then he tilted his head and said, "But, why do you look so similar to Xiaohua? Also, you have not seen Xiaohua, but you can actually disguise yourself as him? It's really strange. Hee, but if this mirror is really the Kunlun mirror, then I can't escape into the void at will?" While he was talking, the Kunlun mirror shone brightly as if something was about to rush out. He did not panic. He only scanned Zhang Xiaohua with his divine sense and laughed again. "Don't use your strength, little lover. If this is not the Kunlun mirror, even if you can use it, you can't do anything to me. But if it is the Kunlun mirror, it is one of the 10 treasures of creation. Only immortals can use it. You are just immortal. How can you control it? Why don't you leave some of your true qi and we can sit down and have a good chat?" Before he finished speaking, the Haotian mirror dimmed again. Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge force coming from the Haotian mirror and hitting her dantian. A kind of incomparable discomfort surged out from her body. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fell on the Haotian mirror. With a swish, the Haotian mirror shone brightly. A huge suction force came from the Haotian mirror and swept away all the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale swallowing water. With a buzz, the Haotian mirror trembled slightly. Suddenly, a misty light shot towards Ya. When Ya saw Zhang Xiaohua spit out a mouthful of blood on the Haotian mirror, he felt something was wrong. As soon as the light came out, he flashed and several black phantoms appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The light of the Haotian mirror hit the phantoms and all the phantoms were shattered. It was Ya who appeared in midair. "Kunlun mirror? Is this really the Kunlun mirror?" Ya still didn't believe it. However, his body didn't slow down. The light of the Haotian mirror was like a maggot in one's bones. Wherever Ya flew, the light would follow. So what if it is the Kunlun mirror? After flying for a while, Ya's face turned cold. He landed and waved his hand. The demon flag was pulled out from his body. He raised it in midair and blocked the light. The light hit the demon flag with a puff sound. Black gas surged out from the demon flag. It was like a snowflake that was doused with hot water. It instantly disappeared. Ya looked at the demon flag with great heartache. The black gas on the demon flag gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the light of the Haotian mirror also gradually disappeared. When the light of the Haotian mirror completely disappeared, Ya let out a long sigh. He turned around and landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe with an extremely strange expression. How did Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror fall into your hands?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ya. She had already put the Haotian mirror into her purse. She sneered and said, "Of course I am me. I don't know who Xiaohua is. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror. It is not the Kunlun mirror that you are talking about." "Ah. It really is the Kunlun mirror." Ye's face was filled with excitement. However, his face was also filled with confusion. The Kunlun mirror is a respectful name for the Haotian mirror. This mirror is the Haotian mirror. As he spoke, his face turned cold again. "I don't care how you know Xiaohua. You better hand over the Kunlun mirror." An unparalleled divine sense attacked Zhang Xiaohua. However, just when the divine sense touched Zhang Xiaohua, the divine sense suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. The red color in Ye's eyes gradually dimmed. "Me?" actually came out again. "Xiaohua, I am afraid that I can only see you for the last time. I have something that I have always wanted to tell you. If I don't say it, I will not be able to die in peace." Although Meng did not have any cultivation, she was also floating in the air with the help of the devil flag. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua still care whether she was Meng or Ye? She reluctantly used the last of her true energy to fly and come to Meng's side. "Xiaohua, don't despise me." As Meng spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Although Ye's seed is in my consciousness, my heart and my body love you. And I know." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with tears in her eyes. "Little Blossom, I think I'm quite lucky. I don't know how many saintesses I've devoured before. Each of them was only a few years old. Those saintesses had never tasted love or the feeling of being loved. I'm very grateful to the heavens for arranging for me to meet you in my inevitable ending. I have a mutual love with you. Even though this love is just the effect of the heart-binding curse, but, little flower, it is the real love between us. No matter how it appears, if there is love, there is love. Even though this love is weak, shallow, and short, different from other kinds of love, it is still a kind of love, a love that belongs to you and me. This love is very pure and very sincere. I am willing to use my not long life to protect this strange love. Please believe that I really love you." Even Ye, she cannot deny it. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she could not say anything. Meng held his hand again and said, "I have always wanted to help you in times of need. Unfortunately, I am afraid that our promise will not come true. However, perhaps it is more suitable for us to forget each other in the martial arts world. Since it is better to forget each other in the martial arts world than to help each other in times of need, let's forget each other in the martial arts world. Although the martial arts world is very far away, I will always only have you in my heart." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightened, and Meng's eyes began to turn red again. "Quick, Xiaohua, there is no time. I feel that I am getting weaker and weaker. If you don't kill me while I am still alive, you will never have the chance to kill me. If you can't live, how can we forget each other in the martial arts world? If you can't kill Ye, then who in the world can stop her? I am afraid that everyone in the world will be killed by her as a sacrifice to the flag." Meng's eyes gradually turned red, and Meng's face was filled with reluctance and desperation. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth, and chasing dream turned into countless sword lights and stabbed towards Meng's throat. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Meng's throat, the demonic flag extended upwards and blocked the flying sword. The flying sword could not pierce any further. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She moved her divine sense again and attacked Meng's head. However, the demonic flag covered the entire head just like before, and the flying sword could not enter. "Ha! You finally appeared and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. What an affectionate husband. However, what kind of intimate method are you using?" The flying sword had no effect, so it flew back to Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw chasing dream, her eyes lit up. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed it. Then she used the nameless sword skill and stabbed towards Ye's throat. A strange flow of energy flowed out from her left arm and flowed along her arm into chasing dream. "Heh, can such a small sword hurt me?" Ye was extremely disdainful. Like swatting a fly, she swatted the small sword away from her throat. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop there. He continued to stab at Ye's heart. "Little lover, don't tell me. You want to get physical now?" Ye smiled and straightened her perky chest. However, before she could say another word, chasing dream stabbed towards Ye's chest. The demonic flag's black fog churned and a red light flashed. However, with a poochie sound, the demonic flag that the flying sword could not pierce was pierced through by chasing dream. Just as Ye was still smiling, chasing dream stabbed into her heart, and the flow of energy flowed into her heart. "This." Ye's face was pale. She said in disbelief, "What kind of magic weapon is this?" Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to answer. Chasing dream in her hand had pierced an extremely hard spot. As the energy flowed in, that extremely hard spot immediately exploded, releasing an extremely strong force that hit Chasing Dream. Chasing Dream. It should be called Chasing Dream now. It instantly turned into powder, and purple blood flowed out from Ye's heart. It flowed onto the demonic flag. The demonic flag absorbed Ye's blood. Immediately, a red light flashed again. Ye was shocked. She hurriedly used her mental cultivation method, wanting to heal the wound in her heart. Unfortunately, that mysterious flow of energy had already destroyed Ye's heart. No matter what method Ye used, the blood in her heart continued to flow out, and her heart was gradually destroyed along with the flow of energy. Ye pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to use her powers to kill her, but it was too late. In just a moment, the demonic flag gradually fell off from Ye's body, revealing Ye in purple robes. "Xiaohua, you finally succeeded." The red light in Ye's eyes receded. Dream came out again and said with a smile, "I will never see you again in the future. But you finally hit Ye's vital point. Ye no longer cares about devouring me. She is looking for a way to save herself." Then, Dream looked at the snowflakes that were still fluttering in the sky and the red clouds in the sky. She said in disappointment, Is this leaving? Am I going to leave this world just like this? But, to be able to accompany the man in my heart for so long, I am already satisfied." "Shall you say? Is there really immortality in this world? She is so heartless. What's the point of living for so long? There is some elixir of immortality, I will not use it myself. If you want to use it, let's use it together." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew forward and held Meng in his arms. He took out the longevity pill from his money bag and held it in front of Meng's eyes. He said sadly, Perhaps this is your so-called elixir of immortality." This Dream felt strange. She reached out and took it. She opened the bottle and looked at the pill inside. But then, a strange smile appeared on her face. She shook her head slightly and said, "I know this thing. From Ye's memory, this seems to be an extremely precious beauty pill in the cultivation world. After taking it, you can keep your face at that time for the rest of your life." Dream's eyes turned red again. Ye said, "This kind of elixir is the love of women. I can still get it before I die. Then, let me take it." Then, Ye put the beauty pill in her hand into her mouth. But just as her hand was about to reach her mouth, she stretched it out again and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Dream said, "Xiaohua, take it. I hope you can keep your face now and not change after 100 years. Wait for my next life. I will come and find you again." Dream's eyes just stared at Zhang Xiaohua's face. It seemed that she wanted to imprint his face deeply in her heart. Even reincarnation could not erase it. Zhang Xiaohua had tears in her eyes. She sniffed the sweet fragrance between Dream's fingers and put the beauty pill in her mouth. The beauty pill melted in her mouth and turned into a medicinal power that went into her stomach. "By the way, Xiaohua, Ye has destroyed the sheepskin scroll in the dense forest just now. But I know that she didn't destroy the previous one. She hid it in." Dream seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Zhang Xiaohua's ear. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was very sad. How could she care about this? Although the blood in Dream's chest flowed slowly, it was still flowing. Zhang Xiaohua knew that when the blood stopped flowing, it would be the time for Dream to leave. who would not be able to see his beloved again. The two of them interlocked their fingers and looked at each other. For a long time, they did not speak. Suddenly, Dream's face changed. She pushed Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiao, go. Ya is staking everything. She wants to die with you." Then, Dream looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time. She used her left hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's head over and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips deeply. She smiled and said, "I guessed the process, but I didn't guess the ending. This process will forever be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua, wait, in the next life, I will love you again." As she spoke, she waved her hand and tightly grasped the demonic flag before closing her eyes. Meng's expression started to change. First, it was pain. Then it frowned. After that, it started to emit lights of various colors. In the end, Meng's body suddenly flew up into the sky. With a bang, she exploded and the demonic flag was blasted away. "Dream!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew into the air. She reached out and grabbed the demon flag, but besides the disappearing bloodstain on the flag, there was only the ring that Zhang Xiaohua gave Dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a popping sound in her heart. It was as if a lock had been opened, and the key was in the air in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment, then seemed to understand. She opened her left hand and released all of the divine sense in her Naiwen palace into her Dharma eye. When the silver-white eyes opened, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that Dream was not far away from her. Next to her was Ya, who looked exactly like Dream, but was pitch black, had horns on her head, and had wings on her back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think and quickly chased after her. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to catch up to Dream, a pitch-black crack appeared beside Dream, and the two of them were about to enter that crack. "Dream!" Zhang Xiaohua shouted as he reached out with his right hand to grab Dream's hand. Dream seemed to sense it and turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua. It was a pair of large eyes, thick eyebrows, a dimple, and a beauty mark. End of Volume 1. Published on November 24, 2011, 22:53. Chapter 12:24. There are many details in the story of cultivating God that are worth everyone's consideration. If you look at it carefully, there are really a lot of things for everyone to think about. The love in the novel can be used for everyone's reference. Therefore, I will write a little bit of the third flower first. It can be considered as throwing a brick to attract jade. The first love, needless to say, was Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. The love of these two people seemed a bit far-fetched, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. Lu Qian was from a scholarly family in the countryside and could be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Her view of love was to find a scholar like her father, Mr. Lu, and her brother, Lu Kai, and marry them. This way, the husband and wife would have a common language and the wife would follow suit. Who knows, they might even sing and write poems that would be passed down for generations to come. However, things didn't go as she wished. When she went to Lu Town to shop for the new year, she was actually harassed by a bully. At this time, no young handsome master or scholar stood up. Well, Li Jinfeng was not there at that time, so Zhang Xiaolong, a righteous bumpkin, stood up. It didn't matter if he stood up, but Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. Not to mention that it provoked Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing, but it also provoked the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and the Misty School. Perhaps Lu Qian was grateful to Wen Wenhai at that time and had some good feelings, but Xue Qing next to him was a good match for Wen Wenhai. Of course, Lu Qian couldn't express it casually. Then, Lu Qian stayed in the Zhang family in order to take care of Zhang Xiaolong. Lu Qian, who lacked maternal love since she was a child, envied the warmth of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaolong was not bad-looking. Although he lacked the influence of a scholar, he spoke well. More importantly, he had a manly spirit and dared to take responsibility. This made Lu Qian, who was a weak scholar in the family, very curious. Naturally, she had a good impression of him. Since ancient times, when a hero saved a beauty, the beauty would repay the hero with her body. This was a good story. Perhaps it was because Lu Qian had seen too many good stories from the ancient people, So she had a bold idea. Of course, Mr. Lu was against this kind of relationship. Saving a life was one thing, but getting married was another. He did not wish for his daughter to become a peasant woman. It was impossible for Mr. Lu to not have a sleepless night at that time. When he arrived at the Guizhuang house, he saw the Zhang family's dilapidated state, and then looked at the Zhang family's lack of etiquette. He probably already gave Zhang Xiaolong a big red cross. It was a pity that Lu Qian was determined to pursue her own happiness. She wanted to make this marriage come true. What could Mr. Lu do? Perhaps he was thinking for his daughter, or perhaps he was learning from his own mistakes. Of course, it could also be that he was afraid that his daughter would elope with Zhang Xiaolong. Well, he had read too much about this in books, so he reluctantly agreed. The spring water of the Zhang family was, of course, a very important tool. However, thinking about it now, the spring water was just a reason for Lu Qian to persuade Mr. Lu. Similarly, this spring water was also a way for Mr. Lu to step down. It was just that this step was a little big. It was indeed a good thing. Lu Yeye's love. An old saying, there was a love in front of Lu Yeye's eyes, but she did not cherish it. If she knew that Zhang Xiaohu would be the big gang leader of the Misty School in the future, she would definitely choose Zhang Xiaohu if she was given another chance. However, who would know about this matter? Even Chang'e absolutely did not know about Zhang Xiaohu's future development. From Lu Yeye's point of view, Zhang Xiaohu saved us, and I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. However, it was impossible for me to repay him with my body. I have my own right to love. Lu Yeye's choice was not wrong. It was the choice of a pretty girl from a humble family. Her life was not wrong, and it was also happy. It was also Lu Qian's earliest choice. However, it depended on who was compared to. Lu Qian? Compared to a woman who lived in an immortal's mansion, and a woman whose son was destined to be an immortal in the future? Lu Yeye's love was only a comparison of Lu Qian's love. Mr. Lu's love. There was not much in the text, but it could be seen that this love was a failure. Although Mr. Lu had literary talent, he was not good at socializing. Even if he got an official position, he would be ostracized by others, and he would not have a happy life. It was better for him to resign and go home to teach. However, this made Lu Qian's mother suffer. She was the daughter of a rich family, and she was spoiled since childhood. For the sake of her ideal love, she married Mr. Lu. She had hoped that Mr. Lu would be able to show his ambition in his career and prove her vision. However, unexpectedly, although their life in Bali village was as sweet as honey, their life was poor and the most pitiful. For Mr. Lu and Lu Qian, Miss Jiao had to work, and her body was exhausted. She died after giving birth to Lu Qian. This love showed that it was the right choice to be matched in terms of social status. If this principle was abandoned, there was a high chance that life would not be happy. I think that the text did not mention whether Lu Qian's mother regretted it, but in the end, she died of exhaustion. There must be some element of regret. Xue Qing and Wen Wenhai's love. It was the kind of love that belonged to the office. The two people in the sect were usually quiet, and neither of them expressed their feelings to the other. Neither of them could tell that the other was interested in them. Even when they went on business trips together, there was nothing ambiguous. However, it was precisely this kind of indifferent feeling that maintained the good feelings between the two of them until the company suddenly went bankrupt, and the two of them were acquired by another company. They were in the most basic and most tiring positions, suffering the supercilious looks and unfair treatment from others. So, as fellow sufferers, the indifferent good feelings gradually turned into love. This kind of situation was extremely common. The most important thing was that the original company was reorganized, and the two of them were rehired by their own apprentices as executives of the company. As a result, it was natural for them to be together. Naturally, the two of them were the disciples of the sect. The love between O Peng and Yang Ruping was very tragic. To be honest, the two of them were like Romeo and Juliet. The two of them belonged to different sections. On the surface, these two sects were very close, but because of the sect's interests, there were bound to be conflicts. When this conflict became prominent, it would affect the relationship between the two. In particular, O Peng was the leader of the Misty School, and Yang Rupiang was the disciple of the leader of the fragrance cult. Their relationship was even more affected by the relationship between the two sects. However, when the two of them met by the Sorrowless Lake, they fell in love at first sight. Although their parents were against it, the two of them, like Lu Qian's mother, ignored the opposition and insisted on being together. In order not to affect her family, Yang Rupiang did not ask about the matters of the Misty School. In order not to affect O Peng, the two of them did not even want to have a child. But in the end, in the face of the absolute sex interests, the interests of the small family must be abandoned. One must look at the big picture and sacrifice. Thinking about O Peng's feelings at that time, from the perspective of others, he did not have to commit suicide at all. At worst, he could just go to the fragrance cult and be an idle son-in-law. But, presumably, when O Peng married Yang Rupiang he said something big, but now? He was forced by his mother-in-law, and he did not have any strength to deal with it. Of course, his heart was extremely regretful, so he died. Of course, there was another reason. O Peng may not believe that Yang Rupiang did not inform the fragrance cult about the secret plane, but he did not dare to confirm it for fear of destroying the love in his heart. O Peng was infatuated and a good man. He wasn't sure what Yang Rupiang would do after his death, but for insurance, he still handed over the disciples of the Misty sect to Yang Rupiang. He believed that no matter whether Yang Rupiang informed the fragrant religion about the secret plane or not, she would treat the disciples of the Misty sect well. And Yang Rupiang naturally wouldn't commit suicide to follow him. In fact, what about this love? It was a tragedy, just like Romeo and Juliet. If it were not for O Peng, maybe Yang Rupiang would have passed the test of the refining heart cave and got the inheritance. And without Yang Rupiang, maybe O Peng would not commit suicide? Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, the love of these two people was very universal. It was like a new employee in a company who admired a senior beauty in the company. Although he knew that he was not qualified to pursue, he always did not want to give up his own ideas. During the period when Zhang Xiaohua disappeared, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Misty School to practice martial arts hard and asked O Peng to find Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu must have looked for Chang'e a lot. On one hand, he reported his thoughts, and on the other hand, he talked about his pain. Women were generally soft-hearted. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu had his own family and love in his heart, and such a manly man also had such tenderness in his heart, it was easy for pity to turn into love. There must be many male disciples in the Misty School who pursued Chang'e, but they must have used their strength to show their manliness. They were all the same, and Chang'e naturally did not like them. They could not be compared to Zhang Xiaohu's twisted path. Another opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu was that when the Misty School was destroyed, he had the opportunity to be a hero and protect the beauty. The article did not mention that the Misty School was brought back by the fragrance cult, but it must have been difficult. Zhang Xiaohu must have used this opportunity to show his manly side again. Although this was similar to the male disciples in the Misty School, the timing was different. Chang'e also saw it differently, so naturally, the effect was different. Therefore, Chang'e was captured by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu and Qin. Everyone said that this love was very sudden and felt incredible, but think about it again. What does it mean to say that the sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-laws? But Qin followed Chang'e every day. When Zhang Xiaohu was courting Chang'e, of course, Qin was listening by the side. Even later, when Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu's relationship deepened and she sent Qin away, Qin must have been eavesdropping. When a young girl yearned for love, of course, she would use Zhang Xiaohu as a standard to find her other half, but if she used Zhang Xiaohu as a standard, did that not mean that she used Zhang Xiaohu as her other half? Moreover, feelings were born with time. The three of them were often together. How could Qin not have feelings for Zhang Xiaohu? Also, in the novel, Zhang Xiaohua said more than once that Zhang Xiaohu and Qin were senior brother and junior sister. It was said that one should guard against fire, burglars, and seniors. After the experience of the Misty School being destroyed and the process of Zhang Xiaohu protecting Chang'e and Qin, this senior brother. Naturally, Chen fell in love with him. As for Zhang Xiaohu, it was easy for a man to have feelings for a woman. After spending a lot of time together, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaohu not to know Chen's feelings. It was also because of Chang'e that Zhang Xiaohu dared not face it. However, things took a turn for the better. In Mo Xian's palace, Nun Jingyi randomly matched a couple and betrothed Ou Yan to Zhang Xiaohu. For the sake of the Misty School, Ou Yan and Zhang Xiaohu both agreed, but because Chang'e objected, Zhang Xiaohu finally went back on his word. Why did Chang'e object? It was very simple. Ou Yan was better than her in all aspects. Ou Yan was Ou Peng's biological sister. Chang'e was just an ordinary disciple of Mingcui Hall. Ou Yan's appearance was also slightly better than Chang'e's. Ou Yan could even gain the support of all the disciples of Ethereal Sect. Therefore, after Ou Yan and Zhang Xiaohu were together, even if Chang'e wanted to marry Zhang Xiaohu, she had to get Ou Yan's consent. Of course, Ou Yan would know the feelings between them and might agree, but in this way, Chang'e would be inferior to Ou Yan forever. Chang'e was very arrogant and would feel uncomfortable, so she decided to withdraw at that time. Zhang Xiaohu was sincere to Chang'e and made the decision to marry Chang'e even if he didn't want to be the gang leader. This certainly made Chang'e feel gratified, but she also saw that the non-existent relationship between Ou Yan and Zhang Xiaohu had been exposed. For the sake of his position as the gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu might have something to do with Ou Yan in the future. Moreover, Ou Yan had also agreed to be with Zhang Xiaohu at that time. She might even take the initiative to find Zhang Xiaohu in the future. Therefore, when Chang'e later heard that Zhang Xiaohu asked Chen to go back to the Guizhuang house with him, she also agreed. Of course, this agreement was because she thought that Zhang Xiaohu might be sacrificed this time. In order to satisfy Zhang Xiaohu's wish, it could not be ruled out that she had been thinking about it for a long time. Chang'e was not necessarily unaware of the flirting between Zhang Xiaohu and Chen, but she never said anything before Zhang Xiaohu made it clear. What about her consideration during this period of time? How to get rid of the threat Ou Yan? How to get rid of her? The best way was to find another wife for Zhang Xiaohu, one that Zhang Xiaohu was satisfied with. Chen was of course the most suitable. She had been with Chang'e since childhood and listened to everything Chang'e said. In the future, she would not pose a threat to Chang'e. Chang'e did this to tell Zhang Xiaohu, "Look, I know you and Chen are close, so I let her follow you so don't think about others anymore." As for Ou Yan, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu had 2 wives. How could she be the second one? Therefore, Chang'e's threat was gone. This was also the reason why Chang'e agreed to Chen. Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qianyu. This love story is the most discussed in this article. It can be said that it's the main love story of Zhang Xiaohua. It's just that you don't understand love when you're in your first love. Everyone can recall how many of your first loves were able to be together. It's precisely because they couldn't be together that it's unforgettable. Then let's think about it. Back then, was this pure and sweet love just a blur in your heart? Maybe you didn't even know this is love? Maybe it's an inadvertent glance, maybe it's an inadvertent collision, maybe it's a deliberate conflict between you and her. Aren't these all the manifestations of first love? However, this kind of love. Did you say it out loud back then? Presumably most people didn't. And in the future, when you look back, it's both sweet and regretful. First love is sweet and bitter, especially for Nye Qianyu. In order to show her ability to Valley Master Nye Qianyu volunteered to go somewhere to get the key of the primordial stone. Valley Master Nye had the same idea as Ou Peng. He thought that Nye Qianyu was a little girl and wouldn't attract attention. He just needed to quietly take out the key. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Between the Clouds and the Water, who had been watching the Fragrance Cult and Rejuvenation Valley for a long time. They chased her all the way. At the last moment, the little girl was saved by Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua's behavior at that time was vulgar, but she had an inner beauty. Moreover, young men and women mingled along the way, and it was easy for sparks of love to appear. Not to mention our Xiaohua, who was so righteous and would accompany her from thousands of miles away. How could Nie Qinyu, who had just awakened to love for the first time, not open her heart? Nie Qinyu was extremely intelligent. She had a unique view on the love between men and women. In this aspect, she was somewhat similar to Lu Qian. Yes, it was a girl chasing a guy. Zhang Xiaohua, if you don't say anything, then fine, I will. When I say something, I won't say it clearly. I will only use some vague words and some concrete actions to express my love for you. Of course, the competition on the arena had fully demonstrated Nie Qinyu's feelings for Zhang Xiaohua. If she didn't have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, would she be worth it to enter the wolf's den after just getting out of the fire pit? Unfortunately, on one hand, Zhang Xiaohua had dreams in her heart. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua still missed her second brother. Therefore, although she was aware of Nie Qinyu's feelings, she was as ignorant as us when we were young and didn't know how to cherish it. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty in her heart. When they parted ways at Rejuvenation Valley, she couldn't help but impart the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qinyu when she saw how sad she was. Of course, this way, on one hand, she had resolved their fate. On the other hand, their status had been confirmed. First love would always be the deepest memory and would never have a happy ending. Therefore, from the beginning, the two of them didn't have a happy ending. Senior brother and junior sister were already not bad. Zhang Xiaohua and Little Orange, these two actually didn't have any love to speak of. What they did have was a budding affection for Zhang Xiaohua. It was a kind of unrequited love. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua's acting was really too good. Little Orange thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a young man from the countryside and that Little Orange's status was more than enough for a farmer's boy. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua appeared in a crisis, his glorious image immediately filled Little Orange's trembling heart. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the petty character of a farmer's boy. He was a refreshing new experience for Little Orange. Therefore, she couldn't help but have feelings for him. Actually, it was understandable. Although Nie Qinyu wasn't young in Rejuvenation Valley, she matured late and definitely didn't have many suitors. However, Little Orange was different. She was Nie Qinyu's personal servant. In Nie Qinyu's words, she never treated Little Orange as an outsider. If Nie Qinyu got married, Little Orange might have to follow her. If Little Orange didn't follow her, then who in Rejuvenation Valley would be more favored by Nie Qinyu? It must be Little Orange. Therefore, among the disciples and servants of Rejuvenation Valley, there must be countless people who tried to curry favor with them. Little Orange was used to seeing people trying to curry favor with them. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's attitude of not taking him seriously, he naturally had a rebellious mentality. You're just a child of a farmer's family. How dare you look down on me? I'm going to pay attention to you. Therefore, it was still the same old saying. The more you ignore her, the more she will stick to you. Unfortunately, when Little Orange found out about Nie Qinyu's thoughts, she would probably be angry and shy. She couldn't snatch him away and could only avoid him. Fortunately, she was Nie Qinyu's personal servant. If she got married, she could follow them. Even if she couldn't monopolize Zhang Xiaohua, she could still get a share of the action. Therefore, while she was feeling bitter, she probably didn't want Nie Qinyu and Zhang Xiaohua to be together, but she also wanted the two of them to be together. When Little Orange found out about Zhang Xiaohua's supernatural power, which was Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the arena, her thoughts were probably the same as when Zhang Xiaohua saw Little Orange. She embroidered mandarin ducks on her handkerchief and had some unknown dreams in her heart. She buried this unknown relationship deep in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua and Peacock, Chen, these two relationships shouldn't be love. It should be Peacock and Chen's feelings towards the heavenly axiom when they were pursuing it. However, if the heavenly axiom fell on Zhang Xiaohua, then it would be love and pity. Everyone remembered that in Rejuvenation Valley, when Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua, the whole world was filled with his shadow. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's shadow was engraved in Peacock's heart. As for Peacock, because of the Earthly Heart Sutra, she was unable to resist the temptation of the heavenly axiom. But who was Peacock? In her heart, she must be resisting her feelings towards Zhang Xiaohua. a servant from Rejuvenation Valley. It was not because she was annoyed when she heard Zhang Xiaohua calling herself a servant. If she was neither haughty nor humble, would she be pleasing to the eye? Chen Chen was the same, just not as obvious as Peacock. Although these feelings were usually not obvious, they came into play at crucial moments. Chen Chen always referred to Zhang Xiaohua as this servant, but there was something else in his heart. Peacock even mentioned Zhang Xiaohua at crucial moments. Of course, the refining heart cave pushed the relationship between the three of them to the extreme. And all of this was just an illusion. The three of them could never become real partners. Zhang Xiaohua was Chen Chen and Peacock's dream lover. Chen Chen and Peacock should also be Zhang Xiaohua's dream lover, whether they admit it or not. So, think about it, does everyone have the same feelings? Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. This love story is the most important part of the story. I should have written more about it, but when I really wanted to write about it, I realized that I'd already written everything that should have been written, and everything that shouldn't have been written had already been written. Their love, in Ya's eyes, was an inexplicable thing. Was it not the result of his spell? But love was love. It came. No matter the reason, for Dream and Zhang Xiaohua, this was love, a love that was engraved in their bones. Because of the heart-binding curse, this relationship came inexplicably and strangely. It was love at first sight. This is what many readers don't understand. But there's no need to explain. When you read the end, you'll understand. What I want to say is, no matter if it's the fate of parents, love at first sight, or blind dates, as long as two people are together and have feelings for each other, it's true love. There's no need to be envious of other people's forms of love, because love comes in strange ways. Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya, a fallen cultivator who tasted the sweetness of love. She felt that she had found the essence of life. For the sake of her lover, she stayed by his side. This was a kind of attitude, a kind of persistence, and also a kind of price. Because she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. And the other person, when he fell in love, he actually reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff, suddenly realized, and went to pursue his path of immortality. Unfortunately, the person he found was the devil's Sakra, so it was destined that there would be no ending. Sure enough, the ending was that Yang Haoya regretted it, but what was the use of regret? He was already a heartless man. This love was, of course, born from White Lady and Su Xian. Oh right, Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin's love. There's also an outer chapter, Yuewia. Chidian. http://www.quengssu.com/book 2002087. ASPX. Those who are interested can go and take a look. It's a very realistic love. Okay, I've thrown a brick to attract jade. The story of the cultivation god has finally come to an end. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote. Chapter 1225. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, in the dense forest of Wuxia Peak, heavy snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. Not only did it cover Five Claw Peak with a thick layer of snow, but everything in the dense forest was also covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. It was impossible to distinguish the outlines of the objects. Only in the forest, in front of the hut, in the steaming hot lake, the boiling water was still making gulyalu sounds. Boiling bubbles emerged from the bottom of the lake and rushed to the surface of the water. Countless water vapor rose slowly. In the hot lake, which could boil an egg, a monster with a flat head and a slender neck was swimming freely. However, today the monster was different from the past. It looked at the east side of the lake from time to time. In the east, near the shore, there was a golden light that was shining. The light split the hot spring water, revealing a flight of stairs that went straight from the shore to the bottom of the lake. At the end of the stairs, there was a huge and irregular magic array that occupied the entire bottom of the lake. At this time, several people were standing outside the magic array. The person in the front was thin and tall, with slender eyes and a high nose bridge. He was carrying a sword embryo in his hand. On his left and right shoulders stood a black puppy and a yellow marten. Needless to say, this person was Zhang Xiaohua, the headmaster of Beidou School. Next to him was Zhang Xiaohu, who had a strong back and a bare waist and a stern expression. Next to Zhang Xiaohu were Chang'e and Qin. A little further away from Zhang Xiaohua, there was a beautiful woman whose eyes were full of reluctance. She bit her lips from time to time and her eyes did not leave Zhang Xiaohua for a moment. It was Nie Qinyu. Next to Nie Qinyu was Zhang Ping'er, who was holding Nie Qinyu's hand. Her face was cold, but her eyes were also full of reluctance. Further to the side, Xiaohua Ji stood with her hands down, holding a little boy in her hand. The little boy was about 4 or 5 years old with big black eyes. He was curiously staring at the strange magic array in front of him. Haha, I finally understand why Sakura didn't allow the 4 sects of the Immortal Tao to enter this secret plane. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the array in front of her. She had long released her divine sense to check the array before she raised her head and said with a smile, "So this is the transmission array." Sakura had repaired it long ago. She was afraid that the disciples of the Tao of Immortals would destroy the transmission array after they came in, right? Then he pointed at the 9 empty grooves in the magic array and said thoughtfully, "She probably didn't find the right primordial stones to activate the teleportation array, so she has been staying here all this time, thinking of using the blood sacrifice method to leave." Then he raised his head and looked at the sky that was split by the brilliance. He said sadly, "If Meng hadn't told me the location of the jade slip, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to enter this secret place." Senior brother sect leader's cultivation is superb. Without the jade slip, we won't be able to enter the secret plane this year. But we will be able to enter in the future. Nie Qinyu said with a smile. Nie Xiaoyu, you don't understand. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This secret plane is an ancient magic array. I can't break it in a short time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't smiled for a whole year, smiled, Nie Qinyu was overjoyed and didn't refute. "Xiaohua, are you really leaving?" Zhang Xiaohu asked beside her. "Yes, I'm leaving." Zhang Xiaohua looked around at the crowd and said with an unusually firm tone. "In fact, he has died. There are still many people here who you should care about. You should also have a new life," Chang'e said beside her. "Although you said that you saw Meng and you separated and went into a crack. But Meng is gone after all. Even if you leave here, where can you find her?" Chen, who had always been silent, said reproachfully, "If you leave like this, it's better to say that you're escaping than searching. What's lost has been lost. If you can't go back in time, you should cherish the things around you and don't let the people around you be sad. This is the truth. Do you have to wait until you lose it again before you know how to cherish it?" After hearing Chen's words, Nie Qinyu and Zhang Xiaohua both blushed. However, they knew that this was not the time to be shy. They first lowered their heads, then forced themselves to raise half of their faces and look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, then looked up at them with a trace of gentleness in her eyes. She said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, although I'm stupid, I still know these principles. Meng is gone and has been separated from us. And the conjoined curse has been broken with the death of Sakura. Everything before alas, it can only be a dream. But after all, it's a feeling, a kind of love. I can't regard it as a kind of nothingness like Sakura. There's a saying in ancient times, once you've crossed the sea, you can't see water. This saying may be right or wrong, but there's some truth in it. I'm afraid I still need time." Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and looked at the array. He was a little puzzled. "If you want time, we'll give you time. But why do you want to leave here? What ruins are you going to go to?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Second brother, you don't understand. You've just stepped on the path of immortality for more than a year, so you don't know too many things about it. Alas, to be honest, half a year ago, I've practiced the mental cultivation method of Beidou School to the extreme and reached the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm." "Ah? So powerful?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned, and then he was a little puzzled. My Misty School's mental cultivation method seems to only have 12 hurdles. Why is your Beta School so special? Everyone's fate is different, so the cultivation method of each school is naturally different. Zhang Xiaohua was very proud of the fact that her Beidou School's cultivation method had 6 more hurdles. But, after reaching the peak of Lianqi realm, my cultivation hasn't improved at all in the past 6 months, not even a little bit. Senior brother's sect master. Zhang Pinger said timidly, disciple is the same. I've been stuck at the first hurdle of Lianqi realm for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand and said, progress in cultivation requires the accumulation of time. You've just cultivated to the first hurdle of Lianqi realm. Without a few years of accumulation, how can you reach the second hurdle? Moreover, you're different from me. You may feel like you haven't improved, but your true qi has always been tempered, and your cultivation has also been advancing step by step. I'm very clear about this. But Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and sighed, my cultivation is like a frozen block of ice, it hasn't improved at all. But Xiaohua, your cultivation is already at the top of the Jianghu. Not to mention our Misty School, even the Dalan Temple's great master Zhan Hui, the cult of Fragrance's peacock, and the Shindao sects by Yanqiu are far inferior to you in terms of cultivation. Why do you need to seek a higher cultivation? Zhang Xiaohu asked in confusion. Heaven's way. Eternal life. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, although Sakra's behavior is very despicable, what she said is reasonable. Immortality is the ultimate goal that we cultivators of the immortal Tao pursue. Only through cultivation can we obtain eternal life. That is the true essence of cultivation. Speaking until here, Zhang Xiaohu felt even more puzzled. With a look of disappointment, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, you really don't know how to be content. You're guarding the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. As long as you gradually refine the mansion guarding spirit steel, do you still have to worry about not being able to control the Immortal Mansion? Even you yourself said that you can only use the area used by the servants in the Immortal Mansion. If you open the other 9 colored pavilions, don't tell me you still can't find the method to cultivate to eternal life? Second brother, what you said is very true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. This Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has a lot of secrets. As long as I can control it, there will definitely be a method to achieve eternal life. I can't do anything about this mansion guarding spirit steel. If my cultivation doesn't become stronger, I will never be able to control the mansion guarding spirit steel. Then I will never be able to find the method to achieve eternal life. If when my lifespan ends, my cultivation still can't improve, won't I become a pitiful thing that starves to death while guarding a golden mountain? Second brother, I only thought of this when I saw this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Since we have an Immortal Mansion here, then the ruins where Sakra and the others came from must also have an Immortal Mansion. And in our Jianghu, the qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. Spiritual herbs and other things are very scarce, so it's not enough to support my cultivation. And in the ruins, I think it's just like what Senior Yu Mingxin said. There's a real cultivation world and a real immortal mansion. What you said is right. But when father and mother are here, don't travel far. This is an ancient rule. Mother is very worried when you leave the Guozhuang house. Moreover, you want to use the teleportation formation to go to some ruins? Zhang Xiaohu mentioned Zhang Kai and Guosufei who were in the Immortal Mansion. Hearing her mother and father being mentioned, Zhang Xiaohua was silent for a while. Then she said with a slightly hoarse voice, it's because I'm afraid that mother and father will be worried that I didn't let them come. Actually, second brother, the reason I left this place to go to the illusory ruins is also because of mother and father. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. Do you know? Second brother, when grandmother left, my heart was in so much pain. I wanted to reach out and hold her back, but she still left with me. No one could hold her back. Even if I were 100 times more powerful than I am now, I still wouldn't be able to hold grandmother's eyes as she passed away. Didn't you hear what Di Shitian said? In the cultivation world, there are elixirs that can make one live forever. Even if mother and father don't cultivate and can't live forever, If I can find an elixir that can make them live forever, then I can also keep mother and father by our side. After seeing the separation of life and death, I really don't want to let the family by my side leave me. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky, her tone full of determination. But Xiaohua, how long will you leave? Chang'e asked with concern. If mother and father ask, what should we say? Who knows how long it will be? Maybe a few days, maybe a few years. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the strange array and said blankly, what's on the other side of the transmission array, what's it like? For so many years, no one has come here, and no one has gone there. Everything is unknown. Alas, if father and mother ask, just say that I'm in seclusion. Hee, second brother and second sister-in-law, don't worry. I've already used all of my divine sense and left a divine sense imprint here. When I find an elixir or a cultivation method, I'll come back immediately. And even if I can't find it, I'll come back in time. It won't be too long. Then, he turned to look at Nye Qinyu and said with a smile, Nye Qinyu, while I'm gone, the Beidou school will be in your hands. Although you're the eldest senior sister, you're not as experienced as O Yen. If you have any questions, ask her. Also, the Beidou school won't be involved in the matters of the Jianghu. Leave it all to the Misty school. Io, right, Xiaohua. Speaking of which, I still have to ask. Last year, you promised the Misty school that you'd help 3 of my disciples enter the path of immortality every year, but this year, none of the 3 people entered the path of immortality. If you find any elixir or spiritual herbs in the ruins, don't forget the Misty school. Zhang Xiaohu thought of something and quickly said, Hee, I thought second brother wouldn't mention this. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I did agree to the cooperation on behalf of the Beidou school, but entering the path of immortality requires luck and resources. My Beidou school has a spirit gathering array that can provide certain conditions for entering the path of immortality. However, this isn't the only condition for entering the path of immortality. Their aptitude isn't enough, and my Peiyuan pill isn't enough. They stayed in the spirit gathering array for 50 days and still couldn't sense the qi of heaven and earth. How could they enter the path of immortality? If 50 days isn't enough, then 100 days. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You're really shameless. Other people pass on the incense cult's inheritance for 18 days, but your disciples stayed there for 50 days. You still have the nerve to say that. Sigh, let's not talk about your Misty School's disciples. If it weren't for the Peiyuan pill, even my disciples wouldn't be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth so easily. That's right, this Peiyuan pill is still very important. Zhang Xiaohu took the opportunity to say, my Misty School can't provide the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Peiyuan pill. This time, you can go out and take a look. Also, bring some seeds back. After my Misty School plants them, I'll let you refine the Peiyuan pill. I know, second brother. This is also one of the reasons why I went out. The qi of heaven and earth here is too scarce. If there aren't enough spiritual herbs, it would be really difficult to enter the path of immortality. Sigh. After talking for so long, I still don't know if this transmission array can be used. Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward. There must be difficult conditions to activate it. Otherwise, Di Shitian would have left long ago. Master. Ji Xiaohua, who hadn't spoken until now, opened her mouth. What's the matter? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua called out, Xiaohua very smoothly. Master, be careful. If there's anything wrong over there, come back immediately. Ji Xiaohua said with concern. And Master knows. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. The 9 grooves on the transmission array were quite big, about the size of 2 fists. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it, stretched out her hand, and took out the primordial stones that she usually used for cultivation. Then, she took out a few pieces from the crouching ox stone and placed them in the 9 grooves. Then she took out a jade slip, released her divine sense and carefully looked at it. She closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then she turned her head and waved her hand. Everyone stand back. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath, and her 10 fingers continuously flicked out. One after another, Simple to complicated spells were cast on the transmission array. As the spells were cast, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body poured out into the transmission array. The 9 primordial stones on the transmission array gradually emitted a pale golden brilliance. This brilliance became bigger and brighter, and gradually connected along the transmission array. Buzz buzz, the entire transmission array flourished with brilliance. That brilliance suddenly rose from the ground and gathered together in the air, forming a spherical light screen. And in the light screen, the transmission array on the ground had completely disappeared. That's strange. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat glad, but also somewhat confused. It seemed that this transmission array was very easy to start. Although it consumed a lot of true qi and a lot of divine sense, Sakra's cultivation was profound, which was far from what Zhang Xiaohua could reach. Since Zhang Xiaohua could start it, there was no reason why Sakra couldn't start it. Could it be these primordial stones? Zhang Xiaohua frowned, looking at the 9 primordial stones that had disappeared into the transmission array on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua cultivated from the 1st level of qi refining to the 18th level of qi refining didn't use many primordial stones, but this transmission array used 9 primordial stones at once, which was quite big. The jade slip said that all the primordial stones' primordial qi must be stimulated to make the transmission array play its greatest role. But it didn't mention anything about primordial stones. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled, but since he had already started the transmission array, he had no reason to doubt the method of this jade slip. After all, Sakra had left it for himself to use, and Sakra also didn't know that this jade slip would fall into Zhang Xiaohua's hands. With a wave of his hand, the transmission array's light screen revealed a small gap. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through, and seeing that there was no danger inside, he was about to walk in. "Be careful, Xiaohua," Zhang Xiaohua reminded. "And it's nothing, there seems to be nothing inside," Zhang Xiaohua said and walked in. Sure enough, the transmission array's light screen was rapidly rotating, covering everything. It was different from the calmness seen from the outside. That buzzing sound was emitted from the rotating light screen. Along with the buzzing sound of the rotating light screen, there were gradually some colorful scattered lights on the light screen, and following that scattered light, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to see some images inside, but when he looked again carefully, those images disappeared again. Little Black and Little Yellow jumped around on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, looking very excited. After nearly a year of intimacy, the 2 little things were no longer afraid of Zhang Xiaohua's aura. Looking at it with his naked eyes and divine sense for a while, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the transmission array. "Can it be used?" Zhang Xiaohu asked with concern, and the others also looked at it without blinking. "I'm not sure, but it should be possible." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "This can only be known after the last incantation is inserted. Forget it, let's not play. Xiaohua, let's just go home. Who knows if Di Shirtian did anything to this thing?" Zhang Xiaohu persuaded. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, and reached his hand into the money bag, taking out the mansion-guarding spirit steel. This spirit steel was the same as a year ago, only there was a faint golden color on it. "Here, Byron, you take this spirit steel first." Zhang Byron was already sensible at this time, and very cleverly took it, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. "Remember, this mansion-guarding spirit steel can only be used by you, no one else," Zhang Xiaohua said solemnly. "Yes, master." Zhang Byron nodded, but immediately asked, "But what if father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and second uncle want it?" Don't worry, they won't ask you for it." Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and said, "Those who can enter and leave Yaoshan Immortal Mansion now can also enter and leave in the future. Those who can't enter and leave now can't enter and leave before I come back. If you don't know who to let in, you can ask your father and mother first. If your father and mother don't know, then ask your second uncle. However, you have to remember, you are a disciple of Beidou School, not a disciple of Misty School." Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. "That can't be right, Xiaohua. Can I still covet your Beidou School?" Zhang Xiaohu sweated profusely. Of course you won't, but you can't guarantee your subordinates. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. All right, I've been defeated by you. Zhang Xiaohu also shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm just giving you detailed instructions. Maybe I'll go take a look, find nothing, and come back immediately. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and comforted Zhang Xiaohu's hurt heart. Think about it, what else have you not told us? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and asked. Senior brother sect master, actually, eternal life isn't that important. Even the elixirs for immortality for the elders aren't that important. What they want is for the juniors to stay by their side. Nie Qianyu's tears of parting slowly flowed out. She had an extremely bad premonition, so she tried to persuade them to stay again. Sigh, although the elders think this way, as a junior, I still hope to do as much as possible. Although a short parting is sad, it will be exchanged for a longer reunion. For this reunion, parting is worth it. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Take care, senior brother. Zhang Pinger's tears also swayed in her eyes. She knew that although Zhang Xiaohua said it well, if they didn't find any elixirs, they might not be able to come back. Moreover, there was an unknown place over there. How could she not be worried? Practice well. In fact, I'm also exploring myself. I hope that when I come back, you'll all be at the peak of the qi refining realm. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and looked at everyone deeply. Then she turned and walked into the transmission array. Be careful, Xiaohua. Come back early. Father and mother are waiting for you. Chang'e and Qin also reminded her. Well, I will. You should also be careful. If anything happens to the Misty Peak, just go to Yaoshan. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Byron will open the door for you. Well, I'm leaving. Second brother, take them up the stairs and go to the lake. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the teleportation formation's light screen, holding the great wisdom sword in his hand. Little Black and Little Yellow jumped on his shoulders. Finally, he waved his hand and then, with a hand seal, the light screen closed. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the transmission array and waited for a moment. She felt that everyone had gone out. Then she took a deep breath and used the last incantation. She firmly remembered what was written in the jade slip. She sent all the qi in her body into the incantation and stimulated the qi of heaven and earth from the 9 primordial stones. Boom! As Zhang Xiaohua cast his spell, there was a loud rumbling sound. Then, the light screen in the teleportation formation spun even faster than before, increasing its speed by an infinite amount. Buzz! Zhang Xiaohua heard a huge vibration and the transmission array suddenly stopped. Then, a huge pressure came from all around. This pressure was incomparably huge. It was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never encountered before. When the pressure pressed on her body, Zhang Xiaohua only felt a roar in her ears and her vision turned black. She actually fainted. This is Sakra's trap. Zhang Xiaohua's only thought before she fainted. After Zhang Xiaohua fainted, a bright light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua's figure and the 2 little things on her shoulders who also fainted, along with the great wisdom sword in her hand, suddenly disappeared. Poor Zhang Xiaohua, what Sakra recorded in the jade slip was of course correct. However, the transmission array, especially the long-distance transmission array in this dense forest, had a huge pressure during transmission. This kind of pressure could only be resisted by those with profound cultivation. Otherwise, they could only use some specially refined talisman. For a cultivator like Zhang Xiaohua who was only at the qi refining stage, if she didn't use a talisman and directly used the transmission array, she wouldn't be crushed into a meat patty on the spot and only fainted. It was still convenient for Zhang Xiaohua. However, at the same time when Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, a strange change suddenly occurred. The brilliance that should have disappeared didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more resplendent. All the brilliance poured in from the place where Zhang Xiaohua disappeared. Immediately after, the entire transmission array shook violently. In a flash, an incomparably brilliant light flashed, followed by a loud thunderclap. The entire transmission array, was instantly shattered into pieces. And the brilliance that shrouded the entire bottom of the lake also dissipated. That violent explosion shook the scalding lake water into the air. With a "pooh" sound, the monster that was still leisurely cruising in the lake immediately flew into the air and looked at the lake's surface with astonishment. Everyone at the lakeside was originally nervous as they kept staring at the spherical light screen of the transmission array at the bottom of the lake. Everyone first saw the brilliance flash at the bottom of the lake, revealing the empty transmission array. They thought that Zhang Xiaohua had been successfully transmitted away, but when the brilliance appeared again, they felt that something was wrong. Now that they saw the brilliance and the explosion, as well as the lake water splashing everywhere, they all knew that something was wrong. Ignoring the scalding lake water, they all rushed forward together. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu even used the ethereal steps and flashed across the lake water. He saw the ruins at the bottom of the lake after the explosion, but he didn't see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. This is bad. Just now, I clearly saw Xiaohua being transmitted away. There was nothing in the transmission array, and then there was an explosion. Could it be that something went wrong after Xiaohua was transmitted away? Then will something happen to Xiaohua? Jianghu also asked from the side. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. I hope that Xiaohua has already left. But, gang leader Zhang, this transmission array has already been destroyed. My sect leader's senior brother, how can he come back again? Nie Qinyu was attentive and had already thought of this. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Isn't that right? Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and shouted, I forgot that this transmission array seems to be the only transmission array from the ruins to here. This array has been destroyed, how can Xiaohua come back again? How can I explain this to father and mother? This must be that Sakra's conspiracy again. Zhang Pinger gritted her teeth and said. Everyone nodded their heads when they were sad. Poor Sakra, he was wronged by everyone again this time. This long-distance transmission array naturally had to activate all the vitality of the supreme-grade primordial stones, but how could the primordial stones in Zhang Xiaohua's purse be ordinary supreme-grade primordial stones? Those were the primordial stones that accompanied the bracelet. The amount of vitality of heaven and earth in them was simply immeasurable. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know this and only released the vitality of the 9 pieces of primordial stones. How could the transmission array withstand it? Just at this moment, Zhang Byron suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky where the snowflakes came from with his dark eyes. Second uncle, look! Zhang Byron's eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly shouted and his little hand also pointed to the sky. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohu's mind was still unsettled. He looked up at the sky, only to see that in the sky, the snowflakes were coming towards them, blocking everyone's line of sight. The misty sky was densely covered with red clouds, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Nothing? Not only Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled, but everyone also had the same thought. But just when everyone was puzzled, a bright brilliance was born from the sky. After a few flashes, it expanded, and the golden brilliance expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the entire sky was covered with golden rays. Not only everyone's faces were golden, even the falling snowflakes were inlaid with golden edges. There was a loud bang, followed by the sizzling sound of lightning. Amidst the lightning, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. The lightning and thunder struck the golden ball of light in the sky one after another. Boom! In a few seconds, the golden ball of light suddenly shrank. When it shrank to the height of a person, it solidified again. The center of the ball of light gradually dimmed and gradually became transparent. Not long after, it formed a rotating passage in the middle of the ball of light. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, another golden speck of light flashed from the end of the passage and flew towards them. The golden speck of light fell into everyone's eyes, reflecting a sense of confusion. But in Zhang Byron's eyes, it was full of fear. Second uncle, run! Zhang Byron shouted and reached out to grab Zhang Xiaohu's sleeve, trying to pull Zhang Xiaohu away. What's wrong? Byron, can you see what this is? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and couldn't help but ask. However, just as he asked this question, the golden spot of light had already passed through the seemingly long and deep golden passageway and flew into the snowy world. At this time, everyone could see clearly that this speck of light was a golden human figure. As for the face, the body was covered by the golden, flashing light, so they couldn't see it at all. The golden human figure stopped in the air and paused for a moment. An overwhelming pressure spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohu and the others who were close to this figure immediately felt a sense of fear, a sense of obedience, a sense of worship, and a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Their eyes looked at the sky as if it was a god, as if it was a supreme existence that ruled over everything. Then, the golden human figure raised its hand to the sky. No one saw anything, but in the sky, a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared. This ripple rippled and spread across the entire sky. And wherever this ripple went, the red clouds in the sky disappeared bit by bit. The falling snow also melted piece by piece. Not long after, the entire sky was clear and a bright red sun hung in the east. This, Zhang Xiaohu and the others were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the legendary Immortal? Just as everyone was puzzled and frightened, the golden human figure seemed to have noticed the dense forest and the people in the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, the golden human figure disappeared from the sky and appeared above Zhang Xiaohu and the others. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Ignoring the innate fear in his heart, he took half a step forward and stretched out his hand to shield everyone behind him. Seeing this, the golden human figure stood steadily, as if the people in front of it were ants. What do you want? Zhang Xiaohu asked in a trembling voice. The golden human figure didn't speak at all, and didn't move at all. The golden light on the human figure gradually dimmed. As the golden light disappeared, the person's appearance was revealed. Not only Zhang Xiaohu, but even Chang'e, Nye Qinyu, and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 12:26. At the center of the Dawn Rain continent, there was a place with beautiful scenery. It was precisely a continuous range of mountains and a dense forest. In this place that was like a paradise, there had been countless stories and legends of immortals and ghosts for thousands of years. Unfortunately, this seemingly empty and picturesque place had an extremely tacky name, Yellow Flower Ridge. Yellow Flower Ridge, although it sounded tacky, it couldn't hide the fact that it was famous because of immortals. In the vast low-lying area between the mountains and plains of Yellow Flower Ridge, there was a thick white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the wind. It blocked the path of ordinary people who went up the mountain in search of immortals, so people didn't know the truth behind the white fog. But this mysterious fog cut off the path of ordinary people's feet, but it couldn't cut off the path in their hearts. Therefore, stories about mountains, rivers, immortals, and demons were passed down one after another, generation after generation. The more they were passed down, the more mysterious they became. The stories in the mouths of ordinary people were mostly made up to express their beautiful wishes. But what the villagers near Yellow Flower Ridge didn't know was that in Yellow Flower Ridge, there really was a real cultivation sect. The name of this cultivation sect was the opposite of the tacky name of Yellow Flower Ridge. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also puzzling. This name was Shang Huaming. There was no way to verify how Shang Huaming got its name. Even the 36th generation head of Shang Huaming, Xiao Yuehong, had flipped through all the ancient records in the sect out of boredom, but couldn't find a single word about it. As for why Xiao Yuehong was so bored, perhaps one could understand the reason just by looking at Xiao Yuehong now. It was afternoon, and the sun had already moved to the southwest. Xiao Yuehong was on a high mountain in Shang Huaming's Yellow Flower Ridge. He wasn't practicing any martial arts. Instead, he was squinting his eyes and lying on his back on a small boat-shaped magic tool. The magic tool floated in the air above the high mountain. As the sun moved farther away, it gradually changed its angle and position so that Xiao Yuehong's entire body could be completely bathed in the warm sunlight, since the sect leader of a cultivation sect had so much free time, it wouldn't be strange for him to rummage through chests and cabinets to find the origin of his sect's name. Xiao Yuehong, who was basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the mountain peak to the west. He smacked his lips and muttered with a very helpless expression, "Aye, this child, use magic power. You, although you're very stupid, you're still a first-layer aura refining cultivator. If you can use magic power, then use magic power. Why use strength?" Just as he was mumbling to himself, a loud rumbling sound came from the west side of the mountain. It seemed to be the sound of boulders crashing into each other. Fortunately, Yellow Flower Ridge has my mountain protecting grand array. Otherwise, who wouldn't know that there's someone on the mountain with you causing trouble every day? Sigh, isn't it just opening up a medicinal field? Is it worth such a big commotion? Xiao Yuehong turned over, letting the sun shine on him more fully. Just as he was about to close his eyes, they suddenly flashed again. He looked to the east and said curiously, "Strange. How come it's not night yet? How come the three of them are already back?" The child, Xiao Yuehong spoke of, was Shang Huaming, a boy who was responsible for planting medicinal herbs, refining pills, and all the miscellaneous tasks of the sect. This boy was about 18 years old, and his name was Xiaohua. Xiao Yuehong picked up Xiaohua outside Yellow Flower Ridge 3 years ago. At that time, he was unconscious and seemed to be on the verge of death. Xiao Yuehong examined him for a long time, but he couldn't find where he was injured. There was an extremely deep scar on his left palm, and his body was smooth, like silk. Moreover, Xiao Yuehong didn't know if he was suffering from some serious illness. Since he couldn't like him, he could only bring him to Yellow Flower Ridge. The strange thing was that Xiao Yuehong didn't do anything. After a day and a night, Xiaohua woke up on his own. However, after waking up, Xiaohua forgot who he was, where he came from, where he was going, etc. He completely forgot everything that he should know. Xiao Yuehong originally wanted to send Xiaohua down the mountain, but seeing that Xiaohua was very strong and also knew some farm work, and that Shang Huaming still lacked a disciple to do odd jobs, Xiao Yuehong kept him. Because Xiaohua didn't know his name, Xiao Yuehong gave him the name Xiaohua. Xiaohua had been with Shang Huaming for 3 years. At first, Xiao Yuehong was still wary and secretly paid attention to him, afraid that he was a spy sent by other sections. However, after half a year of observation, there were no clues at all. Xiao Yuehong was originally lazy, so he didn't investigate further. Half a year later, Xiao Yuehong began to let Xiaohua do odd jobs while he began to take over the matters of the medicine garden and the alchemy room. These things all required spiritual power, so Xiao Yuehong began to consider accepting Xiaohua as his disciple. However, Xiaohua's aptitude, Xiao Yuehong didn't know if it was poor or outstanding. Xiaohua had only been taught the first layer of Shang Huaming's secret cultivation method by Xiao Yuehong for the first time, and his meridians and lower dantian had the first strand of true qi. At that time, Xiao Yuehong was pleasantly surprised, thinking that he had picked up a treasure for no reason. He almost went to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall to worship the ancestors and kowtowed to thank them for being above the 9th heaven. However, there was a rule in the cultivation world of the Xiaoyu continent. The third layer of qi refining was the dividing line. Before the third layer of qi refining, one was an apprentice disciple of the sect. Only after passing the third layer of qi refining could one be officially accepted into the sect and be counted as an official disciple of the sect. Therefore, Xiao Yuehong restrained the ecstasy in his heart and increased the effort of cultivating Xiaohua. He wanted to raise Xiaohua's cultivation to the third layer of qi refining as soon as possible and bring him to the ancestral hall to worship and officially accept him as Shang Huaming's disciple. However, the development of the situation later exceeded Xiao Yuehong's expectations. Xiaohua, his cultivation had actually remained at the first layer of qi refining. No matter what spirit pills he took, no matter what secret cultivation method Xiao Yuehong used, Xiaohua's magic power constantly increased, but Shang Huaming's cultivation method just didn't increase. Xiao Yuehong worked hard for another year. The amount of energy and pills he spent on Xiao Hua was almost the same as the other disciples, but he still didn't see any results. Only then did he have no choice but to stop. After all, the same amount of energy was enough to let the other disciples, and, that is, the three of them in Xiao Yuehong's words, advance to the 10th layer of qi refining. Therefore, Xiao Hua could only be regarded as Shang Huaming's half a disciple. If this half a disciple came from other sects, wouldn't he have long been reduced to a handyman or directly crippled of his cultivation and driven out of the sect? However, Xiao Hua was personally picked up by Xiao Yuehong. Although he was a bit older, his name was also given by Xiao Yuehong. Furthermore, Xiao Yuehong was the one who taught Xiao Hua from knowing nothing to the first level of qi refining. Xiao Yuehong couldn't bear to banish Xiao Hua. Although he didn't receive the treatment of an official disciple, he didn't treat him unfairly in the slightest. And, needless to say, Xiao Hua was very diligent. The medicine garden, the pill room, and the sex chores were all taken care of by him. He did more than 10 people combined. The three disciples Xiao Yuehong spoke of were the eldest disciple Gong Mingwei, the second disciple Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Yuehong's daughter Xiao Xinrui. Today was the day when the various cultivation sects in the country of Shi changed their markets. Xiao Yuehong was too lazy to go himself, so he sent his three disciples to carry Yellow Flower Ridge's unique spirit herbs and Shang Huaming's own medicinal pills to trade with other sects in exchange for medicinal pills, spirit stones, and other items used by cultivators for cultivation. Gong Mingwei and the others rarely went down the mountain. The changing market was a rare opportunity, and it was also a good opportunity to meet other cultivators. In the past, when they went out, they would only come back at night. Now that they returned so early, it was no wonder that Xiao Yuehong found it strange. Far away from Yellow Flower Ridge, outside the white fog that never dissipated, 3 streaks of light landed on the ground. 2 men and a woman flashed out. On the left were 2 men, one tall and one short, about 27 or 28 years old. They supported each other. The tall man wore a navy blue Taoist robe. His face was pale and thin, and his eyes were bright, and thick eyebrows made him look extremely energetic. However, at this moment, there were dark circles under his eyes. There was a slanted scar on his left cheek, and the corner of his mouth was also broken. Looking at his body, his navy blue Taoist robe had a large cut at the waist by a sharp weapon, revealing his white inner robe. There were also dark red bloodstains on the inner robe, indicating that he had suffered external injuries. This man was Shang Huaming's eldest disciple, Gong Mingwei. The slightly shorter man had a round face and a slightly plump body. He had small eyes on his face, faint eyebrows, and a few small dots scattered on his right cheek. Needless to say, this person was Shang Huaming's second disciple, Zhang Qingxiao. At this moment, he looked even more miserable than Gong Mingwei, who was supporting him. Zhang Qingxiao's hair bun had been shaved off, and his hair was loose and messy, covering his face. His lips were swollen, and there were some dried blood stains on his nose. His arms and legs were stained with blood. What's more, his left leg was slightly raised, and when Gong Mingwei occasionally touched it, a pained expression appeared on his face. When he fell from the sky and landed on the ground, his body tilted and he almost couldn't stand. The woman on the right was Xiao Yuehong's beloved daughter, Xiao Xinrui. She was also about 25 or 26 years old, with almond-shaped eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a tall nose. She was quite pretty, and although there was some dust on her body, there were no bloodstains or injuries. However, at this moment, Xiao Xinrui's face was deathly pale, and there was anger and unyielding in her eyes. Her teeth were tightly clenched on her lips, and it seemed that she hadn't calmed down yet. Seeing that the short and fat Zhang Qingxiao couldn't stand steadily, the woman quickly supported him and whispered, "Second senior brother, are you okay?" When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, a sweet smile appeared on his face, and he said, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound." When Gong Mingwei heard this, he snorted coldly. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face immediately disappeared, and he revealed a pitiful look. Gong Mingwei said, "What do you mean by fine?" You were bleeding the whole way. If you hadn't exchanged the Wuxian pill for something useless, your external wound would have been healed long ago. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.